ESPN's telecast of Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Boy, we're in store for a good one tonight. It's the Shohei Show. Shohei Ohtani, he's going to hit second for Joe Maddon tonight. He's going to pitch, making his season debut on the mound. Expectations are always sky high whenever Ohtani participates on one side of the scorecard, let alone on both in the same night. And with that little nugget, we say hello to the third member of our broadcast crew who has a much better seat than we do. Hi, Buster Olney.
Shohei Ohtani looked absolutely incredible in spring training, Matt. Throwing up to 100 miles per hour, hitting over 500 as a hitter. I asked Mike Trout what a fully healthy Ohtani is capable of.
Yeah, I see 10 plus wins as a pitcher, and I can see 30 homers. And I mean, if he does that, that's stupid.
Now, Ohtani says that he likes to hit when he pitches because he feels like that he can really help himself on those days. This is the first time, Matt, that an American League team has willingly given up a DH since 1976. That's a long time ago.
A long time ago. Ken Brett, the last to do it willingly, who had a great major league career, spent many years in the Angels broadcast booth later on in his days, by the way. Ohtani is going to be fun to watch tonight. And as we mentioned, Alex, the expectations are just enormous. We got a taste of it in 2018 on the mound. We've seen the last couple of years what he can do at the plate. And tonight he's going to try to put it all together.
World-class talent, Matty. And the thing is, we see this in high school. We see it in college some. But what Ohtani's doing at the major league level is something that has not been done regularly for the last century. And, he had Tommy John. Fastball hasn't quite come back yet. He had the blister last start. It'll be interesting to see him early on. Velocity, look for 95 miles an hour plus. And the devastating split, you got to get strike one.
Tommy John surgery, a knee surgery more recently, so his appearances on the mound just have not added up to much. 10 of them in 2018. Only 2 combined appearances the last 2 seasons, and they didn't amount to much at all. This spring, he worked in over 10 innings. Buster alluded to this. He struck out 17, but he walked 10. So we'll see about the command, which was a bit of an issue in the spring. We'll see about the length that he has tonight, because in his last scheduled spring outing, Joe Maddon was hopeful that he'd get 80 or 85 pitches out of him, but a blister developed, prevented him from going that far. We'll see how much he has in store tonight. Let's get you right to the White Sox Taco Bell starting lineup. Here's how Tony La Russa aligns the visiting side. Looking to get out of here with a series split tonight. Anderson, Eaton, and Abreu up front. Yoan Moncada, and then a guy, Yermin Mercedes, who is the combination of Michael Jordan, Walter Payton, and every other great Chicago athlete. Guy's been in uniform for 3 days, and he is a big success. We'll talk a lot about him as we continue. Grandal, Robert, Hamilton, and Madrigal round things out for the Palehose. I mean, what a start to this career. 8 for his first 8. And for Tony La Russa, who was the 30th and now 41st manager in Sox history, on opening night, skippered his first game since the 2011 World Series and is back in the fold. According to everybody, and we visited with Tony today, Alex, the passion is still there. He is every bit as competitive as he was in 1986.
He's fired up, and he's ready to go. And I got to tell you, he's going to be a great influence on these young players, especially the Latino players. Tony speaks Spanish fluently. He's an attorney. He's attention to detail. I think this is a fantastic move for the White Sox.
Tim Anderson ready to lead things off for the White Sox as we are almost ready to go here in Southern California tonight. Angels have taken 2 of the first 3 in the series and a couple of snatch and back victories, most recently yesterday, flipping the score in the 8th and hanging on for a win. And in the overreaction department, certainly there was a lot said and written about some of the bullpen shortcomings in Chicago over the weekend. Nobody expects that to be an ongoing issue. The White Sox are as complete a team as the American League has to offer this year. Underway from Angel Stadium. Anderson has started the season 3 for his first 14 with a homer that came Friday. 2019 American League batting champion. So Alex, you never faced Shohei Ohtani, but if you were tasked to do such a thing with a guy that throws no fewer than 6 pitches, what could possibly be your preparation for something like this?
The first thing is I want to hit the fastball and I want to be ready to hit. You don't want to get 2 strikes with Ohtani because he's got a devastating split finger.
Comes upstairs with 96 to get the strike on Anderson with a swing.
Much like Tanaka with the Yankees, he's Tanaka with a better fastball and doesn't have the command of a fastball like Tanaka. So really look early in the count, and if he gets behind, look to do some damage.
You know, we see 4 pitches on that graphic. What you don't see are the variations of speed with which he throws his slider, almost to make that appear like it's 3 different pitches. Oh, and by the way, he's added a changeup this year, as though he needed another weapon. Two balls and 2 strikes starts the night against Tim Anderson. On the ground, back up the middle. That's David Fletcher to make the play from second base for the first out of the night. A new 5-year deal in his pocket. Fast becoming a fan favorite in Southern California. Local guy.
Reminds a lot of the locals of David Eckstein, who won a world championship there. A little bit taller than David.
That's not really a stretch for most of us. Even I'm a little taller than David. There's a lot of similarity here between players. We'll talk about that as we continue, because the White Sox have a version of David Fletcher. The Angels have a version of Jose Abreu. This is Adam Eaton digging in now. Eaton's hit in all 3 games to start the season. 4 for 12 with a homer to begin his 2021 campaign. Comes back to the South Side after winning a World Series in 2019 in D.C. Hey, let's take you back to Tim Anderson hitting the bag at first base on that close play, Alex.
Oof. It's a good way to roll an ankle. And you know what? Those bags early on, they're wet. They're wet because the ground crew wets the infield about 15 minutes before game time. Those bases are wet. If you have plastic cleats, that's a danger zone. I've seen so many guys get hurt with the wet bags early.
2 balls and no strikes to count to Adam Eaton. We saw the news just before the season began about the experimental measures that Major League Baseball is taking on in minor league baseball this year, and included in those are larger bases. They're hoping to avoid problems like that. We saw Bryce Harper slip off a base on Sunday Night Baseball a few years ago. Thought is that if the bag itself is bigger, maybe we can avoid some of that. 2-2 to Eaton now.
Now, early on, you asked me how would I attack a guy like Ohtani. The first thing I'm going to chart, he's been 2-0 to the first 2 hitters, and he's missed badly. So make sure that if you go up there early, you're looking center, but he's quite erratic early.
2-2 to Eaton. 101. We are so desensitized to velocity right now, but even 101, it's got to get everybody's attention, huh? Used to be that 94, 95 was like, wow, that's amazing. 94, 95 is almost ho-hum now in the big leagues. Well, 101 is still going to grab your eyeballs. Here's the 2-2. Got him to chum on that splitter.
And this is set up, Matty, by the previous pitch at 101. You speed up a batter, and then you throw a 92-mile-an-hour split that just falls off the table. Look at this, baby. Look at the split into the shadow, unhittable. He missed that ball by half a foot. But it's the fastball in the strike zone at 101 that sets up the split at 92. It speeds you up, and you're gone. Picture perfect sequence for Ohtani.
So 2 gone, bases empty for Jose Abreu, and for a bat this potent, it's exactly how the Angels want to face him. Hit a grand slam on Friday, part of a 3-for-12 start to the year. What a year he had in 2020. First in the American League in slugging, RBIs, and extra base hits. No disrespect to the rest of the field, but he was an easy ballot to cast for MVP.
And not only that, a role model in the clubhouse, a role model in the game, and is revered by those young players, not only in the clubhouse, but around Major League Baseball. Just a first-class guy.
Well, don't look now, but Ohtani has every pitch working, 3 at-bats into the night.
Well, he found something there. The last 2 pitches to Ian, the fastball split. Now he went 100, fastball, strike 1, breaking ball, 0-2. He can do whatever he wants now. Up with the fastball, split down.
0-2 to the reigning American League MVP. Holds off on 100. Jose Abreu is a terrific fastball hitter, one of the best in all the game. And Ohtani's already hit triple digits twice tonight. Comes up and in and misses 2-2.
And Matty, I played so many games in this stadium. My favorite stadium to play outside of Yankee Stadium. But at this time, if you look at the center field backdrop, that sunshine is still out there. Like if Ohtani's not tough enough, it's even tougher with that background.
Ohtani was in front 0-2. Now it's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Abreu. You know, it's easy to misidentify what's in Ohtani's arsenal as well from where we sit, because again, he can change speeds on that slider so effectively. I haven't seen him throw the straight changeup yet, and I'm not sure we're going to see a lot of that, even though he has technically added that pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Abreu.
Should be a split down here.
Oh man, thought he had him rung up. Threw him another breaking ball. K-Zone 3D said he had him. So it goes to a full count now. A ground out, a strikeout, and now a full count to the reigning MVP. Full count pitch. Oh, lost him. And lost the handle on a breaking ball that time. That'll put the fear of your maker in you real quick. You've already seen the guy throw 101, and then he sails one over your ear hole. I mean, that pitch just got away from Shohei without question.
Yeah, this is a little breaking ball. He didn't finish, just got away from him a little bit. Actually, it was a bad split finger.
So here's Yoan Moncada now. 2-out base runner for the White Sox. Moncada 2 for 11 to start the year. He's had kind of a rough opening series here in Southern California. 7 strikeouts in those plate appearances. Another one that sails on Ohtani. Last year's White Sox led the American League in homers and slugging. And as a team, they were really good against velocity. It's not just Jose Abreu that can hit a fastball on this White Sox roster. Sharply hit once again for David Fletcher. Another routine chance. And a clean first for Shohei Ohtani, who, by the way, will bat second when we go to the bottom of the first.
Welcome to your wildest cravings come true, where the abundance of a Chalupa Cravings Box is only $5. Savor this moment of pure Taco Bell bliss, because it won't last forever. It's value beyond belief.
We made USAA insurance for renters who make the most of their space and money. That's why we make it easy to cover the stuff you love for as little as 33 cents a day. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
This is the moment. Make it major.
Major work for major reward.
Major style and major substance.
Francisco Lindor knocks in 4. All rise.
Major swings.
What a grab by Acuna.
Flow grande. And major fun.
Tatis delivers the electricity.
Mike Trout, a legend, soon to be.
Set major records.
Make major change.
Break major boundaries.
First female GM in history.
And make you people proud. Make everyone remember why they love this game.
This is the moment.
This is our moment.
Our moment. Our moment.
Make it major.
Different operating procedure at concession stands around Major League Baseball, but the fact that fans are back and food and drinks are being served is nothing but good news. Just how Joe Madden aligns his Angels, our Taco Bell Angels starting lineup in the series finale tonight. Fletcher, then Ohtani and Trout off the top. Rendon, Walsh, and Upton. Jose Iglesias. Juan Lagares makes his first start as an Angel, the 9-year veteran in right field tonight. And Max Stassi, who's turned into Ohtani's kind of personal guy, if you will, behind the plate. Ohtani had a big spring at the plate. Hasn't quite translated in the regular season, though he does have a home run to his credit over the weekend. And he'll bat second as these Angels go to work on 25-year-old third-year right-hander Dylan Cease on the mound for the Chicago White Sox tonight. We have a change and bad news for the White Sox. Leury Garcia is taken over at shortstop because it looks like whatever happened to Tim Anderson as he hit the bag at first base to start the ball game has cost him the rest of the night. We get word from the trainer's table. We'll post it for you, and there's a strike from Cease. This is what happened earlier.
Yeah, Matty, you want to always hit the front part of the bag, and you see him go way over the top. And there's trouble in the back end of that bag.
Good lively fastball at the knees, in for a strike from Cease to Fletcher.
And sometimes you get hurt a couple feet before getting to the bag, so we're not going to speculate whether it was the bag or not.
So super utility man Leury Garcia will take over at shortstop for the time being. 0-2 to Fletcher. Undeterred by 2 strike counts. Tough chance, but what a great play by Yoan Moncada. He made that look much easier than it was.
I mean, there's a big time play. Reminds you of the old Robin Ventura with the White Sox. Just smooth, no panic. Third baseman with shortstop actions there. And a perfect throw.
1 gone to start for Dylan Cease, and that'll bring up Ohtani. Again, Shohei 2 for 13 with a homer so far on this side of the scorecard.
First pitch swinging.
Oh, and first pitch crushing. Oh, man. Lean into it. One nothing Angels.
Matty, we said it at the start. I mean, here's a guy that throws a ball 101 on one half of the inning, and the next one hits the first pitch 95 plus, 450 feet.
Oh, man, I mean, that ball was crushed. Wow, that was ridiculous. Santa Maria. Oh, here's Mike Trout now. 1-0 Angels. And this place with partial capacity sounding very full.
Get the foot down early. Fastball up. Stays behind it. Look at the foot down.
Man. I mean, that was a firm fastball. That wasn't a BP fastball, but here's the rub on that. And we asked Joe Madden about this before the game. The White Sox have attacked Ohtani over the weekend, all 3 nights, with fastballs up, and they've gotten away with it. First, because they have good fastballs up. You're talking about an elite bullpen. These guys can throw hard, and it's a good staff. The only guy that didn't go about it that way was Dallas Keuchel, because that's not in his arsenal so much. So we asked Madden, do you expect Ohtani to be pitched the same way again tonight? He said without hesitating, yes. And apparently, so did Shohei.
There's a big difference of a fastball, first pitch, meatball high versus 0-2, 1-2, or 2-2. That time, he was ready to swing the bat from the get-go.
3 balls and a strike to count to Mike Trout. We really haven't had a chance to establish Dylan Cease properly. 25-year-old right-hander had a very good spring, and there are high expectations for Dylan with the White Sox this year, in part because some of the work he's done with his new pitching coach, Ethan Katz. Last year, 12 starts. His final spring training tune-up on Tuesday, he had an 11 strikeout performance, and that was the highest strikeout total of anybody all spring.
Yeah, he's a 4-pitch pitcher. He got fastball, curveball, slider, and a change to righties. He'll be exclusively fastball, slider. He'll use all 4 to the lefties. Key for him is fastball command, just like Ohtani. Get strike 1 and work ahead.
Full count to Trout now, 3-2. Trout has started 3 for 8. But he's been on base all weekend long. And there's a base hit into left field. There's been no answer for Mike Trout this weekend. Let's take you back to the Ohtani homer.
I mean, how special is, if you're a Japanese fan right here and you're watching, I mean, this is Matsui and Tanaka in one person. I mean, how special can you be? And look at the sound and how far that ball goes up there.
It's the second hardest hit ball of the season. I mean, I get it. We're only 4 games in, but still. This is what a healthy Shohei Ohtani is capable of, and that's something that Joe Madden's been talking about for the last couple of months. Tommy John surgery limited him on the mound. The knee surgery limited him at the plate. Full bill of health now, and we're seeing the results.
And you heard Mike Trout. I mean, he thinks the potential is 10 wins, 30 home runs, or he's off to a great start.
I'm not sure what the discussion is here with the first base umpire and crew chief Larry Vanover. I think we've got a ball stuck. That's the discussion. Which, as you would imagine, could become distracting should a ball in play end up in that same spot. Larry Vanover's been doing this for 28 years, and he's like, come on, let's just play. Let's go. About this, most homers by who've made 10 starts as a pitcher. Nobody's going to catch George Herman Ruth. Shohei makes the list along with contemporary, or a contemporary name, Rick. So Trout's aboard with a run in and 1 away for Anthony Rendon. Rendon 2 for 11 to start the year. Anthony Rendon had a good, if not, dare I say, underreported year with the Angels last season, his first year in Southern California. A career best .418 on base percentage, among team leaders across the board last season. And Rendon lines a base hit into left. A homer and then back-to-back singles in the Angels' first.
Angel hitters hunting fastballs early, attacking it early, top of the zone, on top of it. Good game plan so far for the Angels. And, you know, Rendon is the perfect guy to hit behind Mike Trout. A contact guy, a predictable guy, a world champion. But contact plays really well behind Mike Trout. An action guy.
Here's an Angel now who used to be a two-way star. The first baseman tonight, Jared Walsh. Walsh was 2 for 4 with a couple of RBIs and a triple yesterday in the Angels' Game 3 victory. And we say two-way star as Jared did some pitching for the Angels a couple of years ago. According to Joe Madden, his days on the mound are likely over because they think that much of him as the first baseman of the future. Starting in front of Albert Pujols tonight as he did yesterday. 2-0 to him. Albert's already made his mark in the series, having homered and already having been intentionally walked as he was on Friday
by his old manager Tony La Russa, having memories of the Cardinal days. It was nice to see him give a big hug. They shared a big hug on opening day.
Boy, what Dylan Cease needs, in addition to throwing a strike here at 3-0, is just a well-timed ground ball. And that was something that he was very good at doing last year. In 51 opportunities for a double play, he threw the right pitch in 10 of them. That was the third best percentage in baseball.
You know, you can scare a young pitcher off the strike zone. Exit velocity this inning, 101, 115 on the home run, 101 on the hit. You're scaring him off the strike zone. He has to get back in there, maybe throw a little two-seamer and look for early contact. Ground ball gets you out of the inning.
3 balls and no strikes to Jared Walsh. Another big bat waiting on deck for the Angels. Justin Upton next. Straight fastballs in for a strike. The two things that kind of got to Dylan Cease last year were command and then a bit of a vulnerability to the homer. He's given up 27 homers in his brief 2-year career with the White Sox, but led the American League in walks last year. Behind Walsh, 3 balls and a strike. Full count now.
Yeah, home runs won't kill you, especially if they're solo, but the walks plus the home run will destroy you, and it'll destroy a team. A lot of those home runs came early in the game. Another example tonight with Ohtani's home run.
Upton next, another Angel who had a really great spring. He's homered to start the season already. Full count to Walsh. And Cease misses upstairs, and that's going to load the bases with a run in and 1 away.
And a lot of times when you're wild, you're not going to get this pitch right here. Could have gone both ways. But when you're that wild, you're not getting the benefit of the doubt. Bases loaded, 1 out.
And an early visit from the first-year pitching coach with the White Sox, Ethan Katz. You know, you talk about some of the changes entering the season on coaching staffs, and certainly big changes for the White Sox with Tony La Russa managing, but the addition of Ethan Katz is one that the Sox think is going to pay immediate dividends. A couple of years with the Giants, had great success at the amateur level. In fact, he was the high school pitching coach at Harvard Westlake, just up the road from here. An institution that put no fewer than 3 opening day starters on the mound this season, including White Sox ace Lucas Giolito.
And if you talk to people in the White Sox organization, they rave about his work ethic, his communicating skills. And while he likes analytics, he says, hey, let's just do what works tonight. He's a very human coach. which is appreciated by players and pitchers.
Ball and no strikes, the count to Justin Upton. Again, 2 for 10 to start the season with a homer. Nine homers last year in the 60-game sprint. It's a good breaking ball at the top of the zone, and it's 1-1. A scoreless first and a homer on the first pitch he sees in the bottom of the inning. It's already been a good day at the office for Shohei Ohtani. There were so many people that were surprised when he landed in Anaheim with the Angels. There were other teams that were rumored to be hotter in pursuit. Maybe the Twins got a lot of run. Everybody talked about the Mariners with the connections they have in the Pacific Northwest. Angels are sure lucky that they were the lucky suitor entering 2018. A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Justin Upton. Been a long bottom of the first so far for Cease, who's still trying to limit the damage at just the Ohtani homer. Bases loaded with 1 gone. A ball and 2 strikes on a big bat.
Much better conviction on the last 2 fastballs to Upton. Maybe he found something here.
Two balls and 2 strikes.
I mean, that's a pitch right there. When you go back and you study your film, you're going to be so disappointed. That's a terrible pitch in a situation where you have Upton on his heels. Get him right now, and it's a ball from the get-go. Now it's 2-2.
Granted, only 22 pitches, but it's been 4-seamers and sliders exclusively from Cease here to start the ball game. The 2-2. Fastball, which is crushed the other way. Hit well, eaten back. He's got room on this one to make the catch. Tagging up at third to score is Trout. It's 2-0 Los Angeles. Boy, off the bat, it sounded and looked like J-Up had enough.
And a very productive at bat here. Fastball away. Upton just missed it, but a very good swing with 2 strikes. 2-2. And again, professional hitter. Short swing, not trying to do too much. Get the run in. Trout in. 2-0 Angels.
You care to offer a deadened ball scandal theory?
Not yet.
That's probably the right move. Here's Jose Iglesias, one of the new Angels, one of the adds in the offseason by first-year GM Perry Manassian. 2 for 12 start to his Angels career. Very grateful by all accounts for the opportunity in Southern California. Veteran player coming off a career year in Baltimore last season. And the Angels feel like he makes them better on both sides of the scorecard. Good slider that time. It's 1-1. Boy, terrific numbers with Baltimore last year. And when you combine that sheet of paper with, I guess, the chippiness that he brings to the field, something that the Angels wanted this year.
Both Iglesias bring a little chip to the field. One in the bullpen, one at shortstop. And the other part that I like about what the Angels have done, the left side of their infield now has become as good as it gets. With Iglesias and Rondon, both can pick it. Will help out that pitching staff a great deal. And he's made some dazzling plays in spring training to open up some eyeballs over there with the Angels.
Rendon and Walsh aboard. 2 runs in this bottom of the first inning. Here's a 2-1, and it's 3 balls and a strike now. And the misses for Cease tonight, Alex, have been pretty dramatic. It's not like he's just missing corners.
No, and he'll be the first one to tell you those are terrible pitches. As a hitter, you can't even offer at that. It's a non-stressful pitch. It gets you back in the count. You go from 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, Now Iglesias is feeling really confident, middle, looking to drive the ball.
3-1 pitch. You know, among the things that haven't gone completely right for the White Sox in this series, some shaky defensive moments. Tony La Russa was asked about that. He said we're a much better defensive team than the 7 unearned runs would indicate. They've committed 5 errors over the weekend already, most in baseball. But with long innings like this, it puts even more stress on an already seemingly taxed defensive unit. Still a full count.
With his command in spring training. In fact, in his last outing of spring, he struck out 11, walked none in 5 1/3 innings, but obviously not able to carry it over into this start.
This will be the 30th pitch of the inning by Dylan Cease. And he struck him out. Not before some damage early on by the big hitting Angels, led by Shohei Ohtani. His second of the season. Part of a 2-0 LA lead.
Hi, Grandma. I played baseball today.
Oh, that's great.
What position did you play?
First base.
That's what Grandpa used to play. When our hearing wouldn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear Captions was an easy solution for us.
Clear Captions provides captions on a phone like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live as they say it.
Making it easy to understand and respond immediately.
There is no insurance or Medicare required. Clear Captions service is provided at no cost to you through a federally funded program. We deliver, install, and train you on how to use your phone, all at no cost to you.
Give your loved ones the independence and connection they deserve.
Call now to see if you qualify to get a Clear Captions phone at no cost to you. Call 1-800-671-1229. That's 1-800-671-1229.
It's so easy to bundle my home and auto insurance that I thought, how can I make it easy to get my daughter to eat her veggies? So I hired an MLB food vendor.
Get your hot broccoli here. Hot broccoli. Would you like some hot broccoli?
No, thank you.
Next up, string beans. String beans coming right up.
Yeah, that didn't work.
It's easy to bundle and save with Geico, proud partner of MLB.
Every Sunday night. It's baseball for all of us. Phillies, Braves. Give us Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN.
He is the talk of the town throughout Chicago. Yermin Mercedes. What do you do for an encore? Well, in his case, there was a lot more than just the 4-for-4 start to the year. He had a 5-hit night on Friday, just his second game in the big leagues, and then hits in his first 3 at-bats last night. Yeah, he's the first player since 1900 to open the season with 8 straight hits. He'll lead things off in the visitors' half of the second. I mean, the homer came yesterday. Like, there's nothing this guy won't do that that doesn't make you think he's going to be there all year.
When he's not just up there hacking. I mean, of his 8 hits, 5 of them were 2 strikes. I mean, he has a great approach. Don't forget, I played with a guy, Edgar Martinez, and another guy in Big Papi. They didn't become Big Papi and Edgar Martinez till they were 27, 28 years old in the big leagues. Even though Papi was with the Twins, he became Big Papi as a Red Sox. But just like Mercedes, these guys have been stars in Dominican Republic, playing for Licey, Big Papi for Escogido. So they're loved in the clubhouse. They're used to big pressure situation. They've just been waiting, and he's ready, and he's doing the best with this opportunity.
0-2 the count from Shohei Ohtani. Well, Tony La Russa telling us before the game that he wasn't shocked that Yermin Mercedes made the kind of impact he made. I don't think anybody saw 8 for 8 coming.
No.
But he was on the White Sox radar in the spring and earlier than that. But it took a number of kind of things falling into place as he strikes out against Ohtani for him to get there. Eloy Jimenez gets hurt, right? They need another bat. They've got other people that could play the outfield, but without that unfortunate injury, he might not be here.
There's a split finger, tumbling, and it disappears. Again, strike 1, strike 2, 0-2, devastating split. Key is strike 1 right here. Get ahead.
Here's the switch hitting 2-time All-Star catcher Yasmani Grandal. And if you're just helicoptering in, here's what Shohei Ohtani has already accomplished tonight. He has thrown the fastest pitch this opening weekend, and he has the hardest hit by any player this opening weekend. A bouncer for Fletcher, who's already been busy. That's the hardest hit homer. I mean, if you're figuring out which Angels game that you want to buy a ticket and see in person, and you have your choice.
Even I can get that one right.
Yeah. Big season here. Franchise celebrating its 60th anniversary season. And we're just getting a peek at some of the big expectations this weekend. Here's Luis Robert now.
I'll tell you the over and under. When this young man pitches and hits, I guarantee every start will be a sold-out crowd or very close to one when they open things up. I mean, this guy's worth the price of admission.
Counts a ball and a strike to Luis Robert, a Gold Glover last year in his rookie go-around. He's hit safely in all 3 games to open the season. What looked like a runaway train to Rookie of the Year honors was slowed down a bit by kind of a wonky month of September when the league seemed to have caught up with him a bit.
Yeah, he was crushing fastballs earlier. Adjusted to that. They threw him a bunch of breaking balls. He then adjusted to that. But talking to his hitting coach today, Frank Menachino, he basically said he has to make these adjustments earlier. He has to stay in the strike zone. And the key for Robert is basically look fastball, stay on the fastball, and do not miss your fastball early on.
2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 gone, bases empty here, top of the second. 2-0 Los Angeles. He got him. Add, subtract, sink it, cut it, split it, and get him in order in the second.
Drive safe. What do we do with our son gone off to college?
What you'll do is claim a tuition tax credit for him, which I can help file. File with the help of an expert, or let an expert file for you. Intuit TurboTax Live.
They have an ancient rivalry. Godzilla will come for him. We need Kong. The world needs him. Kong may be our only hope. To save our world.
Godzilla vs. Kong. In theaters and on HBO Max. Now playing. Rated PG-13.
Don't you think? Definitely.
I'll be observing your safe driving abilities. Play your cards right, and you could be in for a tasty discount. Let's roll. Hey, check it out. One time I tripped on a sidewalk over here.
And a high of 89 degrees.
Ooh! Who just gives away wood?
A Snapchat app from Progressive rewards you for driving safe and driving less.
There's an app.
Save money.
Beth. That came out of nowhere.
Baseball is back, and T-Mobile is your ticket to the game. Because at T-Mobile, customers get a free MLB.TV subscription from home to home plate Follow all the MLB action this season with America's largest and fastest 5G network. Only T-Mobile keeps you in the game with free MLB.tv all season long. March 30th through April 5th. Head to T-Mobile.com/MLB to switch and score.
Tomorrow we'll have a Major League Baseball quadruple header with 4 series on ESPN and the app. We see the Twins and Tigers at 1 Eastern. Then Cleveland has their opener against Kansas City. Red Sox at 6 Eastern, and White Sox are in Seattle to start a 3-game series with the Mariners. Some strange starts in baseball so far this year. The overreaction department, the winless Red Sox, the winless Atlanta Braves. We have the Braves and Phillies next week in Atlanta as the Braves try to return the favor, having been swept in Philadelphia to open the season. Here's Juan Lagares to lead things off in the second for the Angels. Lagares, Stassi, and Fletcher. 2-0 for the Angels. Pleasure to welcome into the telecast Lucas Giolito joining us dugout side. Hey, Lucas.
I'm on.
Yeah, you're on. Can you hear us?
How's it going?
Hey, we're great. Thanks for joining us. There's a swing by Lagares.
What's going on, guys?
And a drive in his center field. Well, we're kind of watching this Shohei Ohtani show. For somebody like you who knows what it takes just to pitch, what do you think about when you contemplate his skill set?
It's really good. I mean, he can hit it far, and he's throwing 100. So I'm hoping that we hang a 10 spot on him, but he looks pretty good so far.
Got it. Let's talk about your side. And we were talking about your new pitching coach, Ethan Katz, earlier. You have a lot of history with him. Tell us about the impact that he's made on the staff so far.
Oh, it's been great. Ethan showed up as soon as he got the job, putting in work big time, going over video, sending stuff back and forth with all the pitchers on the 40-man. Once we got to spring training, really focused work. Bullpens, drills. He's got something for everybody, whether we want it or not. He's always there trying to put work in on a daily basis.
Hey, Lucas, your high school again was in the news. Harvard Westlake. Your guy, John Uzang from UCLA, 29 points. Were you watching?
Yeah, I was checking some of that out. I don't think I was at school the same time as him. He's a little bit younger than me, but I think I saw him play a game back when he was in high school. I always try to go out each off season when it's non-COVID and check out a basketball game down at Harvard Westlake. But yeah, really impressive. Good run for the Bruins.
Close to home for you, Lucas. We have some fans in the ballpark, which is wonderful. You got people. Are you back to leaving tickets now that fans are back in the ballpark?
Oh yeah. I had to cap it at like 10 tickets for opening day. Had some family and friends out. It's just so much better being able to play in front of fans, even though we don't have the full stadiums yet. The energy opening night was just fantastic. It adds that extra layer to it.
Hey, Lucas, you had a great night on the opener. You're back home. Do you still get the butterflies? Do you get excited playing in front of home, friends, family?
Yeah, I mean, it just makes it that much sweeter. A little more motivation to have a good start. If I got family and friends coming out, I definitely want to put on a show for them, especially, they're going to drive out, take the time. But unfortunately, we lost that first one. We're trying to even the series here tonight. Hopefully it goes our way.
Hey, tell us about playing for Tony La Russa, Lucas. It's just such a great story. I know a lot of fans love the kind of the gap, the age gap, the fact that Tony's a Hall of Famer. He's back in the dugout. I mean, when you were born, he was already in his 18th season managing in the big leagues. Tell us about that experience.
Tony's been fantastic. Oh, man. Right when we hired him, I got on the phone with him, and I was expecting, you know, him being a Hall of Fame manager, me a younger player. I was expecting for him to kind of take control of the conversation, kind of say, all right, this is what we're going to be doing in spring. It did not go that way at all. He immediately talked about trying to create a family environment. We already have a pretty good clubhouse, but he's been putting in work to make it even better. Talking about the family environment, talking about earning all the players' respect through the energy he brings, the actions that he's going to take on and off the field. It's just been fantastic. We had a great spring training and, you know, trying to get some rhythm here at the beginning of the season.
Hey, Lucas, we appreciate the visit today. Best of luck the rest of the way this year.
All right, thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
One out walk issued to Max Stassi. And that'll flip the lineup card back to the top of the order and David Fletcher. A homer among the 3 hits, a strikeout and 2 walks. First time through the order for Cease. And now it's Fletcher who grounded out in his first at bat tonight. You know, Lucas talked about the work with Ethan Katz, the White Sox new pitching coach. And if I guess if you're going to identify a pet pupil, one guy that Ethan really kind of put his hands on to get going the right way, it's Dylan Cease. We haven't seen those results so far tonight. But I spoke with Ethan not long ago, and he talked about the work he's done with Cease and how pleased he is with some of the mechanical changes he's been able to institute with him. He felt like previously Cease was opening up much quicker than the foot strike. And that his torso became too separated with his hip. And not to get too technical, because I'm no pitching coach, but the way Ethan described it to me, they just wanted to line him up a little bit better so that when his landing foot hit the ground, he wasn't so exposed and open. Felt like that was kind of changing the mechanics a little bit. A ball and a strike is a count to David Fletcher. And there are all these new toys, right, that pitching coaches and hitting coaches use. One of the things that the White Sox use, per Ethan, is this core velocity belt. It's an actual belt that guys will wear that apparently, and again, I'm no pitcher, it helps sync you up mechanically. One.
I'll tell you, Matty, the best mechanics you can have, in my experience, is confidence. And confidence will help everything. Here's the mechanics you're talking about. And as an opposing hitter, what I'm watching is a passive, not really sure of where the ball's going, indecisive. Those are all things that as a hitter, I get more confident and confident.
2 balls and a strike to count to David Fletcher.
Alex, what do you see in him that makes you feel that way?
His pace is not very good. He's kind of walking around there slowly. I'm reading body language. You know, I see frustration that he's missing his fastball and his sliders. His slider is his best pitch, but he's missing by a whole lot and making a lot of unquality pitches. And the frustration, you just can't hide it as a pitcher. And that makes a hitter a lot more confident. So what are you looking for? Pick up the pace, get some conviction, get some strike ones, and get some quick outs. That'll build your confidence. Like that.
Fletcher with contact to the left side. And not in time with the double play turn is Madrigal. So 2 gone with a runner aboard for Shohei Ohtani.
So, Matty, if I hit a ball 5,000 feet into the right center, you know, bleachers on a fastball up first pitch, I'm certainly not going to go up there looking for a fastball up on my second at bat. So it might be a good opportunity to look for a little slider or a little breaking ball, get me over. And if it's up, let it eat. You have them set up perfectly for a non-fastball pitch right here on your first at.
First pitch fastball lined into center field, but hooks right to Luis Robert to set the side down without incident. End of 2, still 2-0 Angels.
People everywhere living with type 2 diabetes are waking up to what's possible with Rybelsus. Rybelsus works differently than any other diabetes pill to lower blood sugar in all 3 of these ways. Increases insulin, decreases sugar, and slows food. The majority of people taking Rybelsus lowered their blood sugar and reached an A1C of less than 7. People taking Rybelsus lost up to 8 pounds. Rybelsus isn't for people with type 1 diabetes or diabetic ketoacidosis. Don't take Rybelsus if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2, or if allergic to it. Stop Rybelsus and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rybelsus with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Wake up to what's possible with Rybelsus. You may pay as little as $10 per prescription. Ask your healthcare provider about Rybelsus today.
The chicken or the egg? The question isn't which came first. It's which comes with peanut butter. Duh.
Hamstring tightness.
We've already seen the Shohei show early tonight. He has homered and struck out 3. Let's dive a little bit deeper into the repertoire. This is what a hitter has to deal with against Shohei Ohtani.
Well, it's not only the 101 fastball, but look at this. You have the slider, the curveball, and the split. I mean, you're talking about tough. And again, working off the 101 fastball as a hitter, very challenging to hit all those balls.
I mean, if you guys as hitters are taught just to focus on one spot, no way. You can't pick a lane against this guy.
The only thing that can save you as a hitter is getting 1-0, 2-0, 3-1, where you make him more predictable and he has to come to you. If he's 0-1, 0-2, he's basically unhittable, and especially with that split he has going tonight.
Number 8 hitter Billy Hamilton will lead things off against Ohtani 31 pitches into his night. Nobody's looking for a complete game from Shohei tonight. Again, he was limited in his final spring training tune-up because of a blister. So I think that the Angels, without putting a hard cap on it, would be extremely pleased with 5 innings tonight. 5 innings, 85-ish pitches, whatever might come first. Hamilton, Madrigal, and Garcia in the White Sox half of the 3rd. There's a base hit. First of the night for Chicago.
Little fastball away. Hamilton just slaps it away. Rendon in for the bunt a little bit, hits it right by him.
Let's go, Billy.
And now you have a guy who has amassed the biggest stolen base total in the game among all active players. The lost art of the stolen base is alive and well when Billy Hamilton is aboard. An aggressive lead for him, and the first pitch home to Nick Madrigal misses low. So here's an opportunity where we can get into this hit and run thing, Alex, because Nick Madrigal is a specialist in that capacity. You've got the best speed in the game at first base. And if stolen bases are a lost art, then the hit and run is a really, really lost art.
I mean, with a guy like Hamilton, you may not want to waste, obviously, a bunt or a hit and run. Not that you would bunt in this situation, but you maybe give him an opportunity to run. You know, get a base, get to second base. Then move him over, then drive him in.
Over 300 career stolen bases at first to lead things off. As far as the hit and run, it's a dwindling set of statistics for sure. Just take the last 5 years by way of example, and if you extrapolate last year's 60-game season, the league was on a pace for 154. It's about a quarter of the total hit and runs as recently as 5 years ago. There he goes. Pitch taken for a strike. Stassi's throw. And Hamilton almost slid off the bag at second, but somehow stays there, and he's safe.
You can't catch it, Billy.
Let's see who's taking it up to 100. Brought to you by Head and Shoulders.
Good jump. Perfect throw. And how does speed change the game? Ohtani falls behind 2-0. Let's see if he keeps the tag on right there.
Oh, he did come off for a moment, but Fletcher was too far away to keep the glove on him. Turns into an RBI opportunity now for a great bat control artist. And Ohtani misses. First time that Ohtani's had to deal with a runner in scoring position tonight.
You know, Ohtani for the first time looks a little disrupted, a little uncomfortable. Speed. Hamilton is doing that. The last 4 pitches, 3 have not been of quality. His mind is on Hamilton and not on the pitcher. That's what speed can do to a great pitcher.
(3-1) to Madrigal. The White Sox second baseman is really a mirror image of his opposite number for the Angels. Both around 5'8". Both terrific contact hitters. Both terrific 2-strike hitters.
Both about 175.
Full count pitch. And that's a rocket to first base for Walsh. He'll go back into second. They almost cut down the double play. Hamilton had to get back in there rather very quickly.
This is 3 good plays by 3 players. First, a hitter on the line drive, great approach. Then Walsh showing off his pitcher arm and a rocket, and Hamilton getting back, anticipating that. Beautiful baseball around the horn. Great camera shot right there. Hamilton in high school, senior year, 22 touchdowns as a wide receiver, 27 points average as a basketball player.
And the first pitch to Leary Garcia's line to third base. And that's the second out of the inning. Wait a minute. 22 touchdowns as a what, receiver?
Yes, sir.
I don't even think Buster knew about that.
Yeah,
I
we just got word
Baseball
from the White
America.
Sox. Tim Anderson left the.
Go ahead, Buster.
We got word from the White Sox that Tim Anderson left the game with left hamstring tightness. They consider him day to day.
Yeah, and apparently after looking at that play at first base, it happened on his way up the line, not when he hit the bag as we thought initially. So day to day is perhaps the best thing the White Sox could have hoped for a player that important. 0-1 the count to Adam Eaton.
Three good at bats here by the White Sox hitters, making a nice adjustment, hit the ball hard 3 times.
I mean, we have seen everything. I don't think I've seen the changeup, but he's been really effective with that slider. Triple-digit velocity on the fastball.
2 rockets as a hitter, 1 for a home run, 1 for a line out.
Look out. A ball and 2 strikes. The Angels' first-year pitching coach, Matt Wise, who was an Angel himself during his playing days, admits to not speaking a lot of Japanese. In fact, the one word he speaks is somero, which loosely translated has to do with being aggressive on the mound. And when he really wants to get through to Shohei, he'll just whisper somero to him. And the meaning is interpreted exactly as Wise wants it to. But I think just by way of career security, he'd probably do better to learn a few more words. Right?
I mean,
if the best player in the universe is on your roster and you don't speak his language, get one of those Rosetta Stones and get after it. 1-2 is shot back up the middle, but right at Iglesias. Somero. He's been aggressive tonight. Mike Trout will lead off in the bottom of the third in a 2-0 Angels lead.
Taco Bell's quesalupa is back with its cheese stuffed shell. But there's nothing worse than overhype.
Here it is.
So we'll skip the speeches and the influencers.
Hello?
Cut the fanfare.
Man.
And the pyro.
Man.
So don't hold on to your seats. We're just here to tell you. The quesalupa's cheese stuffed shell is back. And we think you'll like it.
Phone it in to 1-800-FARMERS and you can get all sorts of home policy perks, like the claim-free discount. Go 3 years without a claim and get a discount.
Just by phoning it in?
Just phone it in.
Yeah, just phone it in and save money for being claim-free. Even if I switch to Farmers today?
Yep, 3 years claim-free with any home insurance.
I'm phoning it in and saving money for literally doing nothing.
Get your policy perks by calling 1-800-FARMERS. Go ahead, phone it in.
Phone it in, why don't you?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
We make it easy for you. Want to get the max refund? Our experts can get it done. We make it easy. Get deductions you need, and that's our guarantee. In person or virtually, Block has your back.
Saturday primetime returns.
Irving for three. Oh! Hot back three. Shoots and hits.
It's NBA on ABC time. Lakers Nets Saturday on ABC.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, telecast presented by Taco Bell. 2-0 Angels, bottom half of the third. Mike Trout will lead things off, and he's wearing a microphone for us tonight.
One favor, your first round, use a heavy bat. Just use a heavy bat in your hand, and then do it after that.
That was so much better.
It was unbelievable. Oh my God, you're all over it.
Yeah.
Apparently taking equipment suggestions, Alex, from his manager tonight. Heavier bat in his first plate appearance.
How about that?
What do you got on that?
I wouldn't be giving Mike Trout any instructions.
Well, you know, Mike shares something in common with a lot of great hitters, and Jose Abreu is among them in terms of his BP. And you heard Joe Madden intimate, feel your hands. In batting practice, he rarely goes to velo. It's all breaking balls in his BP, and Mike prefers taking it in the cage underneath. He doesn't hit on the field very often. These guys trust that they can hit a fastball. And there's one that he straightens out into center field. Roberts got it. There have been exactly 2 players in the long decorated history of Major League Baseball that have hit 300 or more homers, stolen 200 or more bases, and hit 250 or more doubles in their first 10 seasons. And there they are.
I mean, here's a guy that already cemented the Hall of Fame in the first decade. It doesn't matter what he does in the second decade of the back 9 of his career. at 30. But, you know, the NBA gets to have Michael Jordan in the finals, LeBron James, Tom Brady. We would love to see this young man in October. It's hard to believe that in a decade he's only had 12 at-bats, 1 for 12 in October. Fernando Tatis from the Padres doubled that just last October.
Here's Anthony Rendon now with 1 gone. Yeah, there was so much said in the winter because of some of the revamping that Perry Minasian did to the roster, and this media narrative came out like, you know, the Angels have to get Mike Trout to the playoffs. Well, the Angels want to get the Angels to the playoffs.
That's right.
It's not just about one guy, and Mike will be the first one to tell you that. Two balls and a strike to Rendon. Well, both of these teams are postseason hungry. That one White Sox appearance came last year in the new wild card round. We're back to the old format. I say old, quote unquote. 2 wild card teams in each league. And the hope is that that expanded postseason format comes sooner rather than later. Maybe as soon as 2022.
Matty, you talk about the postseason run. I mean, the White Sox have an opportunity to do something they've never done since 1901, is go back-to-back postseason appearances.
Chopper off the bat of Rendon. And 2 away. Yeah, Mike Trout was asked often about the postseason this spring and having that kind of mindset to play into the fall.
I'm trying to get to the playoffs. Obviously, you guys know that. We all are. I think if the mindset isn't, if that's not the mindset, you shouldn't be here. So every year, that's why I come in. I put that in my mind. You know, we got one goal is get to the playoffs and win a World Series here. And
it's the goal every year for every team. But when you've got the best player on the planet, right? There's a little more urgency there, I suppose.
I mean, I remember in 2009, I saw Friedman, the president of the Dodgers, say it was 99% relief and 1% joy when they won the World Championship. That's exactly how I felt in 2009. And I bet you there's a small part of Mike that'll feel that way if he wins a World Championship.
Jared Walsh takes a big swing, a high drive out to right center field. Robert has room, however, and for the first time tonight, Dylan Cease gets the Angels in order. Still 2-0.
Hey, Corey, I hear you're starting your own bakery. How's it going?
There's a lot to do. We're focusing on online orders and deliveries, so I need reliable internet, but it's so expensive.
Doesn't have to be. Spectrum Business offers pricing made for small business budgets with no hidden fees.
But low prices means getting locked into a contract, right?
Not at Spectrum Business. They have no contracts ever.
That sounds pretty sweet.
And speaking of sweet.
For more than 80 years, Health First has been there for the people of the Space Coast. Trusted, reliable, safe. Decade after decade, we've been there on the front lines, leading the forefront of medical advancement. When minutes are critical and moments are unforgettable in Brevard County, your health comes first.
Take one. Tonight's matchup, me versus an ugly fender bender. If I can eke out a win, it's going to be a miracle, baby.
Mr. Vitale, it wouldn't be a miracle because Geico gives you a team of experts to help manage your claim.
It's going to be a nail biter.
No, the Geico team is there for you 24/7.
Geico is awesome, baby. Too much?
I think we got it.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Geico. Great service without all the drama.
Symbols are nothing without the women and men that give them meaning. We need new heroes.
It's time. Marvel's latest must-stream event on Disney Plus is The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, now streaming.
Our ESPN Plus Monday Night Baseball AL-NL Central matchup, rather, has the Cubs hosting the Brewers at Wrigley Field in the first game of their 3-game series, 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. To get ESPN Plus, go to ESPNplus.com or download the ESPN app. The Brewers, actually, one of the teams being mentioned as a potential host for this year's All-Star Game, Buster.
That's right. Because of the changes to the voting law in Georgia, Major League Baseball making the decision to move the All-Star Game, the draft, out of Atlanta this year. Milwaukee is one of the teams that's being considered. The Chicago Cubs, Wrigley Field, another one. Colorado Rockies have contacted Major League Baseball. In fact, a number of teams have reached out to Major League Baseball to offer up their ballpark. Some mayors have contacted Major League Baseball, lieutenant governors. Don't be surprised if that decision for the 2021 All-Star Game is made sometime this week.
Here is a 3-time All-Star, Jose Abreu, leading things off in the top of the 4th. Yeah, it becomes a pretty interesting guessing game now, because someplace like Milwaukee would be interesting if the league wanted to further honor the legacy of Hank Aaron. That's where it all began. A place like Kansas City is interesting. Host of the Negro League Hall of Fame and Museum. The Negro League celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Jose Abreu. So it was kind of a weird look for the Braves. This was earlier today, this freeze we grabbed. The Braves had to have a patch on their uniform, a commemorative All-Star Game patch for 2021.
Got him.
4 for Shohei Ohtani tonight.
I mean, the last 3 pitches here, absolute clinic here. Here's the last one, the split finger, and maybe the best one of the night. Tumbling out, looks like a fastball, and then it's not. Great look right here. You think is a fastball the whole way, split finger.
Ohtani has recorded 10 outs tonight, 4 of them by the strikeout. And here's Yoan Moncada now.
Two strikeouts on fastballs, 2 strikeouts on splits. Nice mix for Ohtani.
Overloaded defensive alignment on the right side, something the Angels started doing last year as soon as Joe Maddon got to town. As recently as 2019, the year before Joe, the Angels shifted 18% of the time. That was one of the lowest figures in baseball. And Joe likes to operate a little differently, as he began doing in Tampa Bay, and then the league kind of copycatted along last year. 41%. That was a top 10 total. And there's ball 4 to Moncada. Hey, download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and more for your favorite team and for the rest of the league.
If you're Mercedes here, you struck out last at bat on a split finger, you're looking to hunt early. Get a good fastball, good breaking ball out over the plate, and put it in play. Make solid contact. No need to wait around.
What are you looking for against this guy?
I mean, not that.
I mean, everything looks different. He's thrown a pitch as hard as 101.1 miles an hour tonight. And by the way, that's the hardest of his career. And that was an 80-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch.
He's throwing his breaking balls from 84 to 87 to 74, and the split finger at 90 to 93. Hang with him.
0-2 the count to Yermin Mercedes. An 8 for 10 start to his season, including hits in his first 8 at-bats. Got him again.
The first time it was the split finger. This time is a slider, and a good one. Tight. 3 in a row.
Just enough tilt at the end of that pitch. Mercedes is a guy who doesn't stride either. With 2 strikes, like
right.
You can see why he's had some success. And here's Yasmani Grandal now. How about this for Ohtani, Alex? He's faced 234 hitters in Major League Baseball. He has struck out 71 of them.
Wow. And, you know, the only thing about that, Matty, when that goes wrong is because you're trying to strike out guys in the first pitch and the second pitch. And sometimes you have to take the win, which means weak contact, pitch to contact. When you're a strikeout guy and you're young, you got to make sure you don't fall in the rabbit hole of going to try to strike everybody out. And spring training is a perfect example of that. 10 innings, 10 walks. Tonight, a much better mix, conviction, but coming at you, not scared of contact early. That will get you the strikeouts.
Again, the Angels overload the right side for the switch hitting catcher, batting left against Ohtani.
And Matty, last year, a year ago, he faced a bunch of hitters, did not get 1 out. Tonight, different story. He's got 11 outs.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I mean, this is more than what the Angels could have hoped for tonight already, considering the last spring start was abbreviated with the blister. You know, and here's the thing for the White Sox, too. The first 3+ innings of this game feel so one-sided because Ohtani's been so dominant on the mound. He's homered. It's 2-0. And Cease has not had his good command tonight, not by a long shot. But it's only a 2-0 game.
And this will be a bullpen game, so La Russa still feels pretty good right now.
Second walk of the inning, and the third of the night by Ohtani. And that'll give Luis Robert a chance. Robert was a strikeout victim in his first try tonight. Another one of the young White Sox hitters for whom there has always been high expectations. And when I say always, I'm dating back to his rookie year last year. But when your first hit comes off the bat at 116 miles an hour, right, people think you're going to be the next Willie Mays. More triple-digit velocity from Ohtani. 0-1 to Robert.
Yeah, only his 7th fastball this inning of 17 pitches has almost gone exclusively to the secondary and tertiary stuff. Good fastball there. 100 up and in.
By the way, don't sleep on the fact that that 100 came from the stretch.
And not all hundreds are created equal. That was a quality 100. Up and in, strike, forcing a defensive swing.
At the knees at 100 miles an hour. And now home plate umpire Edwin Moscoso is telling the Sox dugout to knock it off. I'm not sure exactly who it was that was doing the loudest chirping down there, but that was pretty clear.
Yeah.
Got him. A homer and 6 strikeouts along the way to 4 shutout innings. A dual sport threat flexing his muscles at home tonight.
save money with Allstate, you feel like you're winning. Safe drivers save 40%. Saving is easy when you're in good hands. Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
Hi, I'm a new customer and I want your best new smartphone deal.
Well, I'm an existing customer and I'd like your best new smartphone deal.
Oh, do you?
Actually, it's for both new and existing customers.
I feel silly, but I do want nationwide 5G.
I want nationwide 5G.
Are we actually doing this again?
It's not complicated. Only AT&T gives new and existing customers the same great deals, like the Samsung Galaxy S21 5G for free when you trade in.
Let's start our own team. You are losers. We're not losers.
You belong here.
Let's beat these guys.
You didn't do anything wrong. You just didn't know Miller Lite has more taste and only one more calorie than Michelob Ultra. Now, you do.
Nobody is certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes.
I came for the show.
You'll love every second of it. And you'll want to see it again. Nobody. Rated R. In theaters now. On demand April 16th.
That competitive fire couldn't keep Tony La Russa away for too long. The guy who just missed trying to beat the other guy. American League managers, the last time Tony La Russa was hired as White Sox manager in 1979. Well, most of the board is managing beyond the pearly gates these days. That's how long ago that was. Number 3 on the all-time managerial wins list, and Buster, number 2 is well within his crosshairs.
And that would be John McGraw, the great John McGraw. Connie Mack at number 1. And what we hear from White Sox players is a lot what we heard from Lucas Giolito, that as La Russa took over the White Sox, look, he was aware of the perception that, could he manage, having been out of the game for a decade. And he absolutely deferred to players in his conversations with them, feeling like, you know what, I'm going to learn from you guys. You guys had success last year. He told us earlier today they've inspired him.
2 balls and a strike to Justin Upton, leading things off in the Angels' 4th. Upton, Iglesias, and Lagares.
I think La Russa is going to be an incredible influence on the young players. I mean, it reminds me a lot of my first manager and Lou Piniella. They're both from Tampa. La Russa and Piniella from Tampa. They both speak Spanish. And when you hear your native language, and he's also an attorney, so he can communicate at a very high level. He's taking notes from Bill Belichick, and he is a guy that understands winning at the highest level, but the execution is he's going to be relentless with that.
76 years old. Only Trader Jack and the great Connie Mack did this job at a more senior state. There was also this, for my money, this really bad narrative in the offseason that, how can a guy who's 76 possibly communicate with such a diverse roster, all these big personalities that he's got on this White Sox team? Upton's caught looking. Well, I mean, you remember in the mid-'80s and late '80s what Tony La Russa had in Oakland. He had Ricky Henderson. He had Dave Henderson. He had Canseco, McGuire, Dave Stewart, Eckersley. I mean, Dave Parker, Don Bay, like there was such a range of big personalities, small personalities, quirky guys. You mean to tell me Tony La Russa still doesn't have those people skills? Of course he does.
I'll tell you what he's got. He's got everybody's respect. His clubhouse, that fan base, the opposing manager, the umpires, and the rings. And that's what Jerry Reinsdorf and the White Sox are looking for. They're looking for world championship rings.
A ball and no strikes on Jose Iglesias. I mean, even before the Oakland days, and before Tony had his run in with Hawk Harrelson on the south side, I mean, this is a lineup that's not short in personality and different character types. I mean, just contrast Rudy Law with Carlton Fisk.
I mean, the irony is he can be a lot of these players' grandfather. And when he first entered the White Sox organization in '79, he was the youngest manager in the game. And it's pretty interesting.
I know that he's got every other manager's respect, from younger guys to skippers that have been doing this a long time, like Joe Madden, who first crossed paths with Tony in the mid-90s. It's a good slider taken for a strike. It was through Dave Duncan, who was Tony's longtime pitching coach in Oakland and in St. Louis, that Joe and Tony came upon acquaintanceship. Joe was doing clinics in Holland and Italy with Dave Duncan and had a lot of conversations with him. There's a base hit back up the middle. Duncan reported back to La Russa and said, hey, there's this Joe Madden guy who works for the Angels in their developmental system who's pretty interesting. And the two became friendly at that point, and they enjoy a very strong friendship to this day. One out, one on here in the fourth. And that'll bring up the first-year Angel Juan Lagares. Lagares fly to center to open the second inning.
And I got to tell you, from a player's perspective, Matty, when you come to the stadium and you get to play for a Billy Martin or Lou Piniella or Joe Torre or La Russa, it is a big deal, because every day you're trying out for him. You know he's a world champion. You know he's seen some of the best players ever to play the game, and you want to put your best foot forward, because impressing your manager is so much more important than impressing anything else, because he's seen it all. So it does make a difference. It makes you better, and you wake up every day knowing that you have to be accountable. And that's what Tony La Russa is going to bring to this team and this organization.
0-2 the count from Cease to Lagares. Iglesias aboard with one gun. The catcher, number 9 hitter Max Stassi, due up next. Here's the 0-2. Cease is still throwing hard tonight, but again, just hasn't found that locked in command as he's 70 pitches into his start. 3 strikeouts, couple of walks. Was not allowed a runner past first since the 2-run first inning tonight. And Lagares holds off on the slider. 2-2. One of the strengths of the White Sox is an outstanding bullpen. Though they have faltered to open the season in this series, it's a bullpen built with back end arms. Very different than any bullpen Tony has had in St. Louis, Oakland, or his first go around with the White Sox. Buck Showalter has said that Tony La Russa is the most influential manager of all time. It's a big statement, right? Coming from a guy as highly decorated and respected as Buck, for sure. But when you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Matching up with a bullpen that we take to be commonplace today, it started with Tony. Got him. 4 strikeouts for Dylan Cease tonight. A Thursday and Friday, 3 Eastern, noon Pacific on ESPN and the app. Will have exclusive first and second round coverage of the Masters from Augusta, the year's first major. Once again, ESPN Plus will also have featured whole and featured group coverage all 4 rounds. To get ESPN Plus, go to ESPNplus.com or download the ESPN app. 2 gone for the number 9 hitter Max Stassi. Walked his first try tonight. Has homered in the series. Part of a catching platoon with the Angels. The veteran Kurt Suzuki brought aboard this offseason. Stassi's the incumbent in his 9th big league season, 3rd with the Angels.
You know, Matty, you talked about, what Buck Showalter said of La Russa, and I couldn't agree with him more. When you think about other sports and you think about the greats from Bill Walsh in football, Belichick, all those guys, you think about NBA, you have Pat Riley and Phil Jackson. In baseball, you have a short list, and La Russa's right at the top of that, whether that's the La Russas, the guys like Joe Torre. It's a special list, and he's right up there.
I want to hit you with one last really good La Russa nugget here.
Okay.
He first managed a major league game in this ballpark in September of 1979, a 4-game series between the White Sox and Angels that concluded the day before ESPN first went on the air.
That's a good one. I got one more if we have time here.
Oh, we got time.
All right.
In fact, we have a lot of time.
He broke in like Robin Yount as a shortstop, as an 18-year-old shortstop. And of course, then went on to get his law degree from Florida State University.
You find all the Florida narratives on these telecasts.
Yeah, I don't love to get Florida State compliments on the air, but I have to. I have to. The Seminoles.
3-1 to Stassi. Oh, man, didn't miss by much. Is this a question for you, Alex, of not earning a strike zone?
Yeah, I mean, that's just being all over the place. And, you know, umpires are human, right? And they get used to calling strikes. And when you miss by so much, they're going to make you throw it, if not down the middle. I mean, it's got to be on that block. You're not going to get the benefit of the doubt. And you cannot blame the umpire.
Well, let's see if Ethan Katz, the White Sox first-year pitching coach, takes enough time to where Edwin Moscoso, yes, here he comes.
Well, Moscoso's only 28 years old. He's from Venezuela. Both catchers are older than him. He's only 28. You heard him earlier screaming at the White Sox dugout. I'm not sure who he was, but if it was a 28-year-old screaming at a 76-year-old, that's actually pretty funny.
You know what you and I were talking about during the commercial? We're both pretty sure he was yelling at Menachino.
That would be my guess.
All right, now David Fletcher, 2 out, 2 on. Fletcher has grounded out and then grounded into a fielder's choice play. He's got 2 men on. Virtually impossible to strike out. And he flips a breaking ball up there to Cease to get in front 0-1. You were talking about the comparison between David Fletcher and David Eckstein earlier. And growing up in Orange County as an Angels fan, he went to the 2002 World Series parade. Throws a little party favor into right. That is vintage David Fletcher. 3-0 Angels.
David Eckstein did this so much for the Angels in that championship run. You said it best, Matty. Almost impossible to strike out. Gets a little slider here and just slaps it the other way. But getting rewarded for the chip shot. Contact.
I mean,
so important.
It looks like he's playing a different game when he swings the bat, right?
It's a beautiful thing. He's putting the ball in play, is moving the ball forward, forcing the defense to make mistakes. And in this series, the White Sox have made plenty of defensive mistakes.
Oh, the Angels love this guy. 5-year, $26 million deal. Might go down as the steal of the century. And here's Ohtani now in a position to inflict some real harm. A run in. Runners at the corners with 2 gone.
First pitch, first 2 at bats. And here's a home run in the first pitch at bat. 450 feet, 150 miles per hour off the bat into the middle of those bleachers.
You might wonder about how he gets that kind of plate coverage. That was a fastball up and away. He's right on top of the plate. And look at him leaning over. That'd be a place he'd be vulnerable. But because he's so on top of the plate, he's padded up in a spot that not everybody is padded up. See the big pad over the batting glove? He's got his right elbow protected. Or his left elbow protected, that is. Right elbow, I got it right. Right elbow and right hand. And that's because he is so on top of the plate.
Unusual to see, but obviously right arm, got to protect.
I mean, that's part of the fear, right? When you get a guy that's ambidextrous and does things from both sides of the plate, you worry about him exposing. See the White Sox bullpen up behind Cease. 2-2. You think he plays tomorrow?
After that home run, I hope so.
I mean, they got to figure out a day to get him off his feet, though. Mike Trout waits next. Angels start a series with the Astros tomorrow. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Shohei Ohtani. Bounced up the middle, but the White Sox had him played perfectly to limit the damage at just a run. End of 4 now, 3-0 Angels.
Let's make it happen. You know, that thing that makes your head swim and heart thump. Maybe it's an idea, or a person, or a passion. Whatever it is, you've got one. We all do. Calling out, daring us to come closer. And the only thing worse than wanting it is not going for it. Letting all that hunger go to waste. So it's time. You don't feel ready? You feel scared? Good. That's how you know you care, that it really matters. And you're not alone. Not anymore. Let's turn your daydream into your livelihood. Let's safeguard what's truly precious. Let's make the things you create yours and yours alone. Let's start right now and never look back. LegalZoom. Let's make it official.
If you printed out directions to get here today, you're in the right place. My seminars are a great tool to help young homeowners who are turning into their parents. Now remember, they're not programs, they're TV shows. You woke up early. No one cares. Yes?
So I was using something called Home Quote Explorer from Progressive to easily compare home insurance rates. Was I hashtagging?
Progressive can't help you from becoming your parents, but we can help you compare rates on home insurance with Home Quote Explorer.
Guess what? The waiter doesn't need to know your name.
We make it easy for you. You need to get your taxes right. But we know that money is tight. You can file online for free. Max refund guaranteed. File online for free. Block has your back.
T-Mobile is your ticket to the game now through April 5th. Customers can score a free MLB TV subscription at T-Mobile.com/MLB. Sales are brisk. I would imagine there's more than one Ohtani jersey being sold in souvenir land tonight. Joe Madden joins us on Sunday Night Baseball. Joe, thanks for the visit. We are marveling at your two-way threat tonight, and I'd imagine you're doing the same thing.
Yeah, he started it off properly in the batter's box, but he's been pitching really well. A little bit shaky the first couple hitters. Then he found, after that home run, he found his command almost immediately. The fastball's pretty much going where he wants it to be. The slider's gotten better. The split's been pretty good. He seems to have settled in a bit.
Joe, when you see a home run 450 feet or you see 100 miles an hour with a splitting, I mean, what gets you more excited? I mean, it's hard not to get excited at both, right?
Right. Gosh, what is more difficult? What is it? Throwing 100 miles an hour might be more difficult. I think you might see 450 more often than you see 100. But the combination is just incredible. And then the speed, like that ground ball, the shortstop to end the inning. I really believe if he was not doing both tonight, he had a chance to beat that out because he could really run too.
Certainly an unusual exercise for you tonight, Joe, having to contemplate his spot in the order, batting him second. Walk us through some of that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to maximize his plate appearances. He's getting close to his number right now regarding number of pitches thrown tonight. So that was it. A big part of it's that maximize number of at-bats. And then if we have to move it along after that, fine. The other concern is that if he doesn't make it deeply into the game, then you have that 2-hole filled up with a pitcher with the potential for pinch hitting with a lot of game left. So there was a lot to consider today. But I felt pretty strongly about it. We talked about it a lot during camp. He and I did. Actually, there was I had an idea of hitting him first also, but he's going to hit second a lot when he just plays as a DH. So I liked him settling into one particular area. And again, you're right. There's a lot to think about, a lot going on, but this is something he and I have talked about for about 2 or 3 weeks.
Joe, congrats on a nice start to the season, and good luck the rest of the way tonight. We appreciate the visit.
Thanks, Matty. Take care, Matt. Catch the God. Dang.
2-1 pitch lined out to right. What a fine grab by Juan Lagares. He's flashed back to his Gold Glove year at 2014.
Outstanding jump. Watch the jump right here. Right fielder, originally a center fielder, and with Hamilton's speed, probably saved a triple to lead off the inning. Great concentration. Gold Glove play.
Here's Nick Madrigal now. Juan Lagares had a nice spring for the Angels, and there were some tough decisions, some tough roster decisions to make at Tempe, as there were with the White Sox. They had a veteran, Scott Schebler, who had a great spring, but Lagares got the nod because of his defensive prowess in part.
Tough play for any right fielder. Look at the concentration and looks it nicely right into the glove. Great reaction from Ohtani.
And Madrigal has a base hit. So the White Sox version of David Fletcher is aboard. Forgive me if I gush over the contact hitters a little bit tonight, but it's so refreshing to see a guy with bat to ball skills like that who's not fallen victim to the 3 true outcomes trend that we're in Major League Baseball right now. Madrigal's aboard with 1 gone.
And for Ohtani, you're looking at maybe his last hitter or his last 2 hitters. Madden has double barrel out there.
Here's Leury Garcia now. He came on for Tim Anderson, who is day-to-day with a hamstring strain that he suffered leading off the ball game in the top of the 1st inning tonight. On the ground for Fletcher to Iglesias for 1. The relay not in time.
And this Ohtani's been on all night at the plate, but here's on the mound. Fastball split, tunneling. All 3 fastballs over 100, split. Another 100 here, followed by the split. 1 more. And then the split. Every good split is set up nicely by the fastball. And not 95, Matty, but 100. And that makes a huge difference when you're up at the plate.
7 times into triple digits tonight.
How about the emotion, guys, of him on the mound? How awesome is that?
Gets back to that 1 word of Japanese that Matt Wise speaks. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it properly.
No, don't worry, nobody would know.
What did I say it was?
I have no idea.
Osomero. Aggressive, and he has been that tonight. Oh, maybe too aggressive that time, as a pickoff attempt goes bad, and Garcia is going to wrap all the way around to 3rd base. A lot of foul territory in this ballpark.
Just a little too fast there. Good base running there by Garcia. Another good news, there's 2 outs. Settle down. This is your last hitter. Go get him.
Error will be charged to Ohtani.
Now, if you're Ohtani, if you get this out, you're in line for a win. If you don't, and trust me, he knows that this out is a big one.
Probably also smells the finish line, right? I mean, this is, and Joe Madden even intimated that he is nearing the end here.
This may be his last hitter, either way.
Two balls and no strikes, the count to Adam Eaton. The Angels had the double barrel up in the bullpen a moment ago. It was Steve Cishek, the right-hander, and Alex Claudio, the veteran left-hander, up.
With the former MVP on Abreu, these will be the 2 highest leverage pitches.
3-0.
If you're Adam Eaton, you're taking a strike, maybe 2. Your only responsibility here is to get the big man Abreu to the plate with the tying run.
Do they go to the bullpen for Abreu? What do you think?
I think so.
Yeah. 3-0 home to Adam Eaton. Right down the middle.
You can take another one.
That by the way was his kind of get me over BP fastball. 97. We're going to have 2 very different looks available behind Ohtani. And there's ball 4. We might be seeing one of them right now. So that brings the tying run to the plate in the form of the reigning American League MVP. And no move yet. Looks like this is going to be Ohtani's hitter. We set this matchup up at the beginning of the night. The fact that Jose Abreu is one of the best fastball hitters on the planet. And we've seen how much Ohtani loves his fastball tonight.
MVP led the majors in RBIs last year. Looking to hunt first pitch fastball.
Again, Abreu has walked and struck out tonight. Hit a grand slam Friday in game 2 of the series.
The last hitter for Ohtani and the most stressful. Highest leverage and the biggest at bat of the game.
Breaking ball got him for a strike. The grand slam by Abreu on Friday, by the way, his 199th career homer. His next one puts him in exclusive company in White Sox franchise history. Only 4 players have hit 200 for the White Sox. And it's the franchise Mount Rushmore. Big Hurt, Konerko, Baines, Fisk. And yeah, Jose Abreu can be mentioned in that same very elite company. 2 balls and a strike to him. Oh man, couldn't get the call. And now this time it's the Angels dugout kind of giving it to Edwin Moscoso.
Yeah, and MVP, the veteran Abreu, getting the call there. And a big difference between 2-2 and 3-1. Advantage hitter. And there's a danger pitch here for Ohtani. This game can be tied very quickly.
Full count now, 3-2. Play the guessing game with me here on a full count.
Well, you got to love it. This will release the runner at first. So any long base hit to score 2 runs.
Does he have enough trust in the split with a runner at third? Does he just come at him with the fastball?
I think you're going to get the same pitch you got 3-1.
Okay.
A chase pitch out of the strike zone.
Shook once. I mean, you've only got like a 20% chance of getting it right. He throws so many pitches.
Slider split. Last pitch was a slider. 3-2, he's coming back, slider split.
Real crowd noise in Anaheim tonight. The 3-2. High, deep, and foul.
Slider down. Abreu with a great approach. Seeing that pitch back-to-back helps him. Ohtani's now thinking fastball split.
4 of the last 5 pitches have been sliders.
He's not going to see another slider. So you can eliminate that pitch. Fastball split.
The next 3-2. Missed with a breaking ball.
Slow curveball there.
And that's going to load the bases and likely force Joe Maddon's hand to his bullpen. Or will it? Now, both Alex Claudio, both the right-hander and left-hander are hot, by the way.
Oh, yeah, they've been ready for a while.
Yeah. Cishek's ready to go, but this, once again, will be Ohtani's plate appearance. Going to let him get out of the bases loaded jam.
Only the 3rd curveball of the game there to Abreu on a 3-2 count. So not going with his best pitch, not going with his strength, going with his 4th pitch.
Yoan Moncada off to a 2-for-12 start this year with 7 strikeouts. Best opportunity, best and first opportunity the White Sox have had. He yanks one, and that's going to get Chicago on the scoreboard. The unintended risk of the splitter with the man at third base.
And just a sign of a little fatigue there. Pulls a split. Nothing you can do there as a catcher. But now you got to settle down. You got to breathe. And less is more here. Good time for the catcher to go out there and have a nice little conversation with him. Slow the game down a little bit. Use that word you were using all day, Matty. Just calm down, get an out, get us back in the dugout.
White Sox on the scoreboard courtesy of the wild pitch. Here's a fastball swung on and missed. 1-1 to Moncada.
Moncada with 7 Ks the first 3 games, but has battled nice twice tonight. Had a great spring training.
You know, you can't help but kind of admire the guts of Joe Maddon here, by the way.
Absolutely.
Making himself vulnerable to criticism by not making the move to the bullpen. He's got the guy out there he wants. I think Stassi was caught off guard there. That was a cross-up.
Absolutely, Matty. He was looking for the fastball and got the breaking ball. Nice job here. Looking for the fastball. Whoop! May have cost him a strike. But look at him jump up for the fastball here. Whoop!
I mean, Max is happy it wasn't the other way around.
That's right.
That's when you get hit in the face.
And a wild pitch. That score would be 3-2.
So 2 balls and a strike. Three and 1 now.
I love what Joe Maddon is doing. He's giving this young man every opportunity to win the game, to put a button on this fantastic outing he's had. But this is his last chance right here.
Just one hit in the inning. A fielder's choice play, an error, and 2 walks. And now it's a full count. Again, as dominant as Ohtani has been, it's a 2-run game, and the White Sox have the tying runs on base.
And if you're Ohtani here, 3-2, go with your best pitch. Fastball, throw it hard, and throw it by him. Do not mess around here.
Payoff pitch home. He's 90 pitches into the night, and he's still hitting 100.
And the last 20 pitches have been stressful pitches. This will be the pain that he'll feel, the soreness the next 2 or 3 days. Leverage pitches.
The next 3-2. He got him! Stassi's got to finish with the throw to first base, and it's mishandled. Fletcher throws home. That's wide. Ohtani goes down at the plate. The White Sox score, but of much greater import is the health of Shohei Ohtani. Both runs have come in to score. The White Sox tie it in rather bizarre means.
A lot to unpack here. First, you have the split finger strikeout. The trail runner just never stops. And the White Sox with good at-bats, gritty, and the MVP Abreu on the backside, scoring from second.
And Abreu is certainly not trying to hurt anybody. That was just 2 players getting tangled up awkwardly. Ohtani had to go up on a high errant throw. You can see the concern that Abreu had for Ohtani as soon as he got to his feet.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, nothing you can do there.
You just pray that there's not an ankle or a wrist or something that goes wrong there on a fluky play. That will put an end to Shohei Ohtani's otherwise extraordinary night. So much to talk about, a pitching change when we come back.
Phone it in to 1-800-FARMERS and you can get all sorts of home policy perks, like the claim-free discount. Go 3 years without a claim and get a discount.
Just by phoning it in?
Just phone it in.
Yeah, just phone it in and save money for being claim-free.
Even if I switch to Farmers today?
Yep, 3 years claim-free with any home insurance.
I'm phoning it in and saving money for literally doing nothing.
Get your policy perks by calling 1-800-FARMERS. Go ahead, phone it in.
Phone it in, why don't you?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. Baseball is back, and T-Mobile is your ticket to the game. Because at T-Mobile, customers get a free MLB.tv subscription. From home to home plate, follow all the MLB action this season with America's largest and fastest 5G network. Only T-Mobile keeps you in the game with free MLB.tv all season long. March 30th through April 5th. Head to T-Mobile.com/MLB to switch and score.
Break me off a piece of that. We make it easy for you. Want to get the max refund? Our experts can get it done. We make it easy. Get deductions you need, and that's our guarantee. In person or virtually, Block has your back.
A logo can do more than identify your company. It can connect in meaningful ways.
energize your team, and inspire your customers. We're 4imprint, and we know your logo on the right product can create moments that matter. With 30 years of experience and thousands of products to choose from, we guarantee your order will be right the first time, on time, and for a great price. Be certain that the right moments will matter. Explore thousands of promotional products at 4imprint.com. 4imprint, for certain.
It is a 3-3 ball game. The Angels have gone to the bullpen for veteran right-hander Steve Cishek. What a bizarre turn of events prior to the pitching change. As Yermin Mercedes grounds one back to Cishek, who puts an end to the inning. A lot happening there, and we'll do our best to recap when we return. It's a 3-3 game in Anaheim.
When it comes to blankets, size matters. Same goes for your law firm. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
I'm Robert Palmer, president of RP Funding. Mortgage interest rates have unexpectedly dropped, creating an opportunity to lower your monthly mortgage payment. You can take advantage of this huge potential savings by refinancing with RP Funding. And as always, I'll pay all your closing costs. I've paid over $40 million in closing costs for homeowners just like you. So now, let me pay yours. Go to rpfunding.com or call us today.
Are you ready for some football? No, this kind of football.
Let's go!
Are you ready for the new kid on the block?
Woo! Fresh meat!
Are you ready for all the hair? Are you ready for the woof woof? And for whatever's happening here? Well, the couch is ready. The bench is ready. The greatest city in Ohio and your blood pressure all are ready. Are you ready?
Tell me your stories of giants and dragons.
You're a wolf walker. And being a wolf is way better. Be a wolf. Close your eyes. You don't need your eyes to see. There's two of us now.
Wolfwalkers, rated PG, exclusively on Apple TV+.
Not everybody wants the same thing. That's why I go with Liberty Mutual. They customize my car insurance so I only pay for what I need. Because I do things a bit differently. What, teddy bears? What, teddy bears, Hick?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Mike Trout, Anthony Rendon, and Jared Walsh against Dylan Cease last of the fifth inning. New storyline here in a 3-3 ball game. Trout has singled and scored tonight. Three-time MVP has reached base in 9 of his 15 plate appearances to start the season. Boy, I'm still exhaling after a wild top of the inning. And if we get word from the Angels on Shohei Ohtani, we'll certainly pass it along to you. I know Buster is efforting the information. A bizarre play at the plate.
Let me talk about bizarre. Ohtani gives them a lead with a 450-foot home run and then gives back the lead with a 2-run strikeout.
2-run strikeout.
Two-run strikeout.
That's what that amounted to. Trout ground sharply to shortstop for Garcia. Well, let's kind of put a bow on the pitching night for Shohei Ohtani. The Edward Jones pitching summary. Big strikeout total for Ohtani tonight. He punched out 7, but he ended up walking 5. And a lot of that kind of came near the end of the assignment. As Ohtani walked a pair in the 5th, there was an error that inning, and that cost him the 3 runs and the lead.
You know, the lost art of the quality start. The starters going deeper and deeper into the games. Now you have to depend on a bullpen to take you home.
It's going to get pretty interesting now when Ohtani's turn comes back up in the order, right? We knew this was going to happen. Joe Madden was prepared for this. They're going to have to double switch like a National League style game from here on out. 2 balls and no strikes, the count to Anthony Rendon. If ever there was proof, and Buster, feel free to chime in on this, if ever there was proof that the bubble wrap, so to speak, was off of Shohei Ohtani, it's with the decision to let him pitch out of that jam in the previous half inning, Buster.
Yeah, it's been a complete change within the Angels organization since Perry Manassian took over as general manager. You see Ohtani go down right there. They basically talked to Ohtani about, hey, let's just get back to being a baseball player. Rather than work out, go work out with the pitchers. You've done that, then go work out with the hitters. And they don't have, with Ohtani, a highly structured schedule anymore. It's just Joe Madden on a daily basis talking to Ohtani, asking him how he feels. Yesterday he was in the lineup before he pitched, something he hadn't done in the past. And today, of course, he pitched and he hit in an American League game with the DH.
And before Jared Walsh has a chance to dig in, Tony La Russa is coming out with a hook in his pocket. Left-handed batter. Cease has gone 4 2/3, and it looks like that's going to be the end of the night. A pitching change for the White Sox, and we'll be right back.
Let's make lots of money. You've got the brain, I've got the brains. Let's make lots of Oh, there's a lot of opportunities.
With Allstate, drivers who switched saved over $700. Saving is easy when you're in good hands. Allstate. Click or call to switch today.
The one constant through all the years has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. It's been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time. It reminds us of all that once was good and it could be again.
Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball.
We started with computers. We didn't stop at computers. We didn't stop at storage or cloud. We kept going, working with our customers to enable a kind of technology that can guide an astronaut back to safety and help make a hospital come to you instead of you going to it. So when it comes to your business, you know we'll stop at nothing.
Don't you think? Definitely.
Free, free, free.
That's right. TurboTax Free Edition is free. Free, 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 free.
All right, now time for tonight's late inning predictions brought to you by DraftKings. We're in the middle stages of the game. But can you tell us which team will be the first to score in the 7th inning or later tonight? Will it be the White Sox? Will it be the Angels? Will neither score? Play for free for $5,000 using code SHIFT. And to celebrate opening weekend, baseball fans can play in a late inning MLB pool on DraftKings for a shot at that $5,000 in prizes. Just answer a series of questions on the 7th inning onwards of today's game. Get enough of them correct and take home your share of $5,000. Download the DraftKings app. Sign up now with promo code SHIFT. So after the pitching change, it is Cody Hoyer out of the White Sox bullpen. One of their terrific bullpen weapons. Coming off a fine 2020 campaign, a 1.52 ERA, an opponent's average of just $1.45.
Fastball, slider, and a change. Power arm. Electric stuff.
We talked about it earlier, how this White Sox bullpen is just made up of back-end flamethrowers. Kopech, Hoyer, who we're seeing tonight, Hendricks, who is technically the closer, Crochet, Bummer. Walsh with a swing and a drive and a ball that's going to go. Now the White Sox played the matchup. They thought they made the right move to counter the power-hitting lefty, and Jared Walsh makes that move blow up in their faces.
Here's a fastball, 2-0. Looks like a mid-season swing. 2-0, lets it rip. And Hoyer only gave up 6 hits last year to left-handed hitters. Here's one, and a big one. Boy, it had the sound.
That pitch came in at 97 miles an hour and went out at 103. Angels back on top.
And Matty, sometimes it's not the pitch or the location, is the count. 2-0, gets a foot down and drives down through it. And he knew it.
Justin Upton now, who sends a pop angling toward the stands. Looks like that one's going to get out of play.
And Matty, you mentioned Walsh, another two-way player with a long home run tonight.
You know, he's not a guy that comes up in your first answer to, you know, who are the stars on this year's Angels, right? Because there's so many known commodities. Upton, Rendon, Trout, of course. Iglesias is a veteran that's been around. Ohtani, but, you know, Jared Walsh is going to be the first baseman for the Angels. And the transition between Albert Pujols and the great run he's had and Jared Walsh is happening right now.
I like what the Angels are doing. I mean, you have Walsh, you have Fletcher. Not the two guys you're going to go to, but two guys that are going to be pivotal and a big cog of what this team does the next 4 or 5 years.
Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Justin Upton. Shot back up the middle. Compete for daily cash prizes with as few as 10 picks with MLB Rally, presented by BetMGM. Download MLB Rally app now. Restrictions apply. See official rules at MLB.com/rally.
Upton looks good so far this spring and early this year. Ball's just exploding off his bats. Not just the home run and the base hits, but the 2-2 first at bat, sacrifice fly. Looking like he's primed for a big, big year.
Jose Iglesias now, he has a hit and a run scored tonight. Takes a strike from Hoyer. Dylan Cease went 4 2/3. And the White Sox thought they had pushed the right button when they went to the bullpen for Hoyer to face Jared Walsh. That resulted in a homer. And the Angels grabbing their lead back. This guy, by the way, was one of the best hitters in baseball in September of last year. The AL Rookie of the Month. It was a series of mechanical tweaks that kind of opened up a new landscape for Walsh.
26 RBIs September. Only shy of Abreu with 28. So he finished September like an all-star.
0-2 to Iglesias is sent out to left. And Hamilton puts the final touches on the inning. You got to do your homework in this league. And, you know, when you do your work on the scouting reports, good things happen. Angels back on top by a run.
Now with Taco Bell's app, you can build your own $5 cravings box. Because you know what you crave at Taco Bell. So eat like you. Build your own $5 cravings box today, only online or with the Taco Bell app.
You didn't do anything wrong. You just didn't know Miller Lite has more taste and only one more calorie than Michelob Ultra. Now, you do.
Walter, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more? So what are you waiting for? World's strongest man, Martins Litzis, to help you break down boxes?
What am I gonna do to you, Box? Let me break it down for you. Oh! You're going down! Down to the recycling center! Hey, thanks, Martins. You're welcome.
Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
Baseball is back, and T-Mobile is your ticket to the game. Because at T-Mobile, customers get a free MLB.tv subscription. From home to home plate, follow all the MLB action this season with America's largest and fastest 5G network. Only T-Mobile keeps you in the game with free MLB.tv all season long. March 30th through April 5th. Head to T-Mobile.com/MLB to switch and score.
It's all real. That dragon marking, it's an invitation.
Means you've been chosen. For what?
Mortal Kombat.
We don't have much time.
Well, if they want to fight, let's give them one. Mortal Kombat.
Who's first?
In theaters and on HBO Max April 23rd. Rated R.
The veteran Steve Cishek continues in the top of the 6th inning, and the Angels have given him a one-run lead after the Jared Walsh homer. And it's a breaking ball that starts Yasmani Grandal with a strike. 12-year veteran. Signed as a free agent at the very end of spring training. In fact, Perry Minasian, the first-year Angels GM, making 2 bullpen additions late and really kind of put the finishing touches on a good group. Veterans Tony Watson and Steve Cishek. 2 balls and a strike. Only catcher in Major League Baseball the last handful of years that has homered more often than Yasmani Grandal is a guy, by the way, that's off to a very good start in the Bronx, Gary Sanchez.
It's good company. 2 big homers for Gary Sanchez early on.
Wow. Cishek gets a call. The Yasmani letting the first-year umpire know about it.
And there's a backdoor slider, never gets to the plate. Impossible for a left-handed hitter to hit this pitch. It looks like a pitch out of the hand and never quite gets there, but gets the benefit of the doubt.
That's unusual when you see a catcher give it to the umpire like that. He's got to go back out there for another 3 innings. It's a jam shot off the hands of Luis Robert. Cishek throws high to first. Robert beat that out, and the White Sox have a 1-out base runner. Hey, big picture here, Buster, with fans back in the ballpark. They've had a lot to cheer about tonight. Been an eventful night, and it just feels different, even though we're in the studio with real human beings out there and not cardboard cutouts.
Oh my goodness, completely different. And players all throughout spring training talked about that. How last year they hadn't really realized how different it was until the fans left to have them back in the ballpark. And another thing, too, being at the ballpark here, just the smells. I remember that first game we did last year in Washington between the Nationals and the Yankees, and seeing all the concession stands wrapped up in plastic, and you didn't have that, the smell of the hot dog, the popcorn, anything like that. So to walk around the concourse today, oh, it was just so many welcome sensations that you had going around, the fans feeling really happy. 13,000 people here. It feels like a holiday.
Buster, I agree. I had a chance
to go to
Buster, I agree. I had an opportunity to go to Yankee Stadium for a couple games. And even if it's 9,000 or 10,000 people, it just feels great to have the fans back. They're such an important part of the game. They bring the energy. And look, without fans, there is no Major League Baseball. The fans are the shareholders of this great game. And if you think about it, I talked to so many players this spring, and they felt energized. I mean, the truth is, you've never played a game without anybody in the stands. I mean, even going back to, Little League, junior ball, high school, college. I mean, there's not a situation in which you prep for that. So I know the players are happy, the fans are happy, and we're one step closer to getting normalcy back.
Two gone with a runner aboard now for Nick Madrigal. It's interesting as well that ballparks all have different capacities based on the rules and limitations of their individual municipality. For example, the Rockies were able to play in front of bigger crowds this weekend in their series with the Dodgers because of state and local regulations being different than, say, in Washington, D.C., where I believe the Nationals, had they played this weekend, were limited to 12% capacity. Madrigal sends a drive out to right. Routine chance for one. Lagares, and a scoreless sixth, authored by Steve Cishek.
People will come, and they'll watch the game. And it'll be as if they dipped themselves in magic waters. The memories will be so thick, they'll have to brush them away from their faces. The one constant through all the years has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers, and erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time. This field, this game, is a part of our past. It reminds us of all that once was good, and it could be again.
Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball.
We make it easy for you. You need to get your taxes right. But we know that money is tight. You can file online for free. Max refund guaranteed. File online for free. Block has your back.
We make USAA insurance for renters who make the most of their space and money. That's why we make it easy to cover the stuff you love for as little as 33 cents a day. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for.
Every Sunday night. It's baseball for all of us. Phillies, Braves, give us Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN.
Stream every regular season game live or on demand with MLB.tv online or on your favorite supported smartphones, tablets, and connected devices. Visit MLB.tv for details. Anaheim Stadium changed its name and its look over the years. They filled it in to accommodate the Rams back in the 90s. It is the second oldest American League ballpark. Can you believe it?
I love it. And I remember in '94 where it looked a little bit more like that. I've always enjoyed playing in that stadium. Great fan base, great place to hit. Just a fantastic baseball atmosphere.
Yeah, filled it in for the Rams and then made it baseball only when the Rams took off for St. Louis. Angels celebrating their 60th anniversary season this year. And in the Disney days, they did all that stuff, which still looks cool.
So cool.
Juan Lagares leads things off. Hoyer stays out there on the mound for the White Sox. Just a one-run ball game. Chicago was able to tie it with 3 runs against Shohei Ohtani in the 5th. A single, a fielder's choice play, 2 errors, and 2 walks. Angels go back out on top on the Jared Walsh homer in the 5th. Ball and 2 strikes on Juan Lagares. You know, we started out the telecast by talking about how the White Sox are considered American League chalk this year. One of the favorites, along with the Yankees, to represent the AL in the World Series this season. I don't think many people have changed their opinion that way based on this opening series. Into the shortstop hole. Garcia on a hop to get it over to first in time. Mike Trout wearing a microphone for us tonight.
It's like he's throwing a blitz ball. Attaboy. Hey, attaboy, I had you. We'll play, baby. Attaboy. Hey, you throw him a fastball, he won't hit it. You throw that dude a fastball, he will not miss a fastball. Do not throw him a fastball. He will not miss it.
Jared Walsh scouting report courtesy of Mike Trout and the Weather Channel.
Pretty good. Forecast.
Count is 0-1 on Max Stassi. You know, for a guy who takes so much pleasure in predicting the weather, as Mike Trout does, well documented, it must be rather boring for him to, you know, contemplate 72 and mild every day as he does in Orange County. Beautiful night for baseball tonight. And a base hit for Stassi. He's been on base in all 3 of his plate appearances tonight.
Fastball right down the middle, hits it right back up the middle. Stays on top nicely. Short, compact swing. Right over the top. Setting up a nice hit and run situation here for Joe Madden and the Angels. Contact guy at the plate. Average runner at first.
David Fletcher has grounded into a fielder's choice and singled in a run tonight. We were talking about the league-wide decrease in the hit and run earlier. The Angels did it more than anybody last year by a long shot. Fletcher responsible for 3 of those himself. I think part of what I as a fan like, and I know that Joe Madden and Tony La Russa feel the same about players like Nick Madrigal, David Fletcher, is that, you know, if you just look at them on the sheet of paper and the StatCast information, low exit velocity, no barrels, things like that, they don't really measure up. But they do little things like that that managers love.
You know, we've talked about the last few years about contact being king. If that's the case, David Fletcher has the crown. And what is so easy to overlook is that basic fly ball that hit of Roberts' head. He hustled all the way around from first base to score a run. And here comes Albert. But doing all the little things that may not show up in the scorebox that helps you win games, that's why he's such a favorite in that clubhouse and in that fan base.
And from the little things to the big things, 3-time MVP Albert Pujols. He has struck for a 3-run homer in the series, and he's on a very exclusive list. Players with 10 or more seasons with 2 teams. It's happened in baseball a handful of times, only twice in hockey, once in the NFL, and it was a kicker, and not a single NBA player has a decade with more than 1 team. A ball and no strikes, the count to Pujols.
It's great to see Pujols reunited with his former manager, La Russa. Great friends. They shared a nice Hall of Fame type hug before Game 1.
Ball and no strikes to Albert. Not what you'd call accustomed to pinch hitting, certainly not as an American League player. In fact, his 10th year here with the Angels, and this is just his 8th pinch hitting at bat. Number 5, of course, on the all-time home run list. Most ever by a player born outside the U.S. Chopper weakly hit to third for Moncada, and that retires the side. We played 6 complete. Still a 1-run game.
Oh, hey, hon, do we have any polyurethane?
Why?
Well, you remember when we said that if we saved enough money, we could build a skate park in the yard?
No.
Well, anyway, I switched this to Spectrum Mobile. Now we're going to save a ton every month.
Really?
Yeah, Spectrum has this mobile savings calculator to see how much we'd save compared to the old plan. Turns out it's hundreds.
Okay, then. A small ramp.
Yeah, just a little ramp.
Dad, can I drive the backhoe?
Try the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator. See how much you can save by switching. It's a better way to mobile. It's Spectrum Mobile.
I started noticing losing my hair in my 20s.
I was like, yeah, my hairline is definitely starting to recede.
Like, is this happening to me now?
What really stuck out about Roman to me was the simplicity aspect.
I was able to talk to a doctor on the phone.
I could just do it right from home.
My relationship with my hair is fantastic. We're good friends now.
It makes me feel a lot more confident.
I love my new hair.
The things I love about Roman are the simplicity, the confidentiality, and the fact that it works.
Don't you think? Definitely.
Not everybody wants the same thing. That's why I go with Liberty Mutual. They customize my car insurance, so I only pay for what I need. Because I do things a little differently.
Hey, I'll take one, please. Wait, this isn't a hot dog stand?
No. Can't you see the sign? Wet teddy bears. Get your wet teddy bears 100% wet, guaranteed, or the next one's on me.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by Taco Bell. They play for a grand prize of $5.6 million in Beat the Streak, presented by BetMGM. Download Beat the Streak now. Restrictions apply. See official rules at MLB.com/BTS. Some young fans just trying to beat the Sandman from coming tonight. Not used to being in the ballpark for a 9-inning Wago. He had a new pitcher for the Angels as veteran right-hander Aaron Slegers enters. Made his Angels debut on opening night. 5-year veteran. Came from the Rays before spring training began in a cash considerations acquisition. He is the tallest player in Angels history, checking in at 6'10".
Sinker slider.
To face the top of the White Sox order in Garcia, Eaton, and Abreu. Just a 1-run game, top of the 7th inning. You know, last year for the White Sox, en route to a postseason berth, their first in 12 seasons. They really made hay against the bottom of the AL Central. And those are things you have to do, right, to get to the playoffs. You're supposed to beat the lesser than opponent, and that's something that the White Sox did regularly. They had 20 combined games against Kansas City and Detroit, and they won 18 of them. However, against the rest of the division, specifically Cleveland and Minnesota, not quite as much success. A ball and 2 strikes to count from Slegers to Garcia. When you size up the AL Central this year, for me at least, it's better than it was last season. Kansas City is on the rise. Minnesota's good. Yes, there's been some star power departure in Cleveland, but the Indians always figure out a way. I think the AL Central is going to be a lot tougher than people imagine it to be, top to bottom.
It will be tougher. The White Sox are better this year, though. They're deeper. They're more experienced. Listen, you don't bring in a guy like Tony La Russa if you do not want to win now. You know, longtime owner Jerry Reinsdorf is 85. I mean, it reminds you of Mike Ilitch with Detroit a few years ago, where they're going to go win now. They're not in rebuild mode. And that's exciting for White Sox fans. They brought in some.
Garcia's running, throw down to second base is not in time. Larry Garcia not wasting any time, and on the first pitch home to Adam Eaton, steals a bag.
Easier to steal a bag of a pitcher that's 6'10", slower to the mound, great recognition, and taking advantage of the situation.
White Sox are 2 for 2 in stolen bases tonight. Hamilton swiped one earlier. And a strike to even the count, 1-1 on Adam Eaton. Chicago is still not only looking for its first hit with a runner in scoring position, they're 0 for 5. They're looking for their first run courtesy of a hit. The 3 in the 5th came in a rather unorthodox fashion.
If you're thinking at home, why isn't Eaton bunting? If you're at home, you may want to bunt, playing for the tie. On the road, you don't want to play for the tie, you play for the win. So good situation here for Adam Eaton to swing away.
Good pitch by Slegers on the outside corner, a ball and 2 strikes. Chopper off the bat of Eaton, that'll dribble foul. Aaron Slegers is a guy who, despite the big frame, is not an elite hard thrower. Average fastball velocity in the low 90s. He's got enough late movement on his fastball, however, for it to be an effective pitch for him. He's always had a very good changeup to complement that number 1. He looks even bigger than 6'10" on the mound, doesn't he? He looks like a monster. The changeup gets Adam Eaton to swing and foul it off.
As a hitter, it made it very challenging for me to face guys that were 6'8", 6'9", 6'10". And even though, Matty, they're throwing 90 to 93, it plays more like 95 to 96. They hide the ball where, well, they seem like they're halfway home by the time they release it. And they certainly have an advantage. They hide the ball well.
Where you can see the hair on the back of his knuckles when he snaps off a breaking ball.
It feels like it.
Right in your face.
I always rather face a shorter pitcher. You see the ball better. You see it longer. Is a more comfortable at bat. You sit up there, and this guy looks like a monument up there.
We hear from our vast research and development team here that you were 3 for 10 with a homer against 6'11" Chris Young, now the GM of the Texas Rangers.
Numbers can be deceiving.
By the way, the Rangers, when they open their home schedule tomorrow, they're playing in front of a 100% capacity crowd.
So, Matty, here's my question. You had the debate earlier with Buster about the All-Star game. Why wouldn't Texas be in the conversation for the All-Star game if you can potentially have a full capacity?
I'm sure they are. Okay, that's funny. It's bigger than a regular hat. I'm sure the Rangers are in the discussion.
Okay.
For the reason you just bring up.
Okay.
Two balls and 2 strikes. It remains to Adam Eaton. The worm burner ground ball for Fletcher. Off balance throw is in time to get him. And apparently, Buster, we have news on Shohei Ohtani's status after that home plate collision.
Yeah, word from the Angels front office is that Ohtani is fine. He has some general soreness and will be reevaluated tomorrow. And the Angels are saying he wasn't removed for injury purposes. As we saw, it looked like the bat was about ready to take him out anyway.
That's the best report that baseball fans could have hoped for. And I got to believe he's going to get a day off tomorrow. Here's Abreu now. Runner at third with 1 gone.
And Matty, one thing that won't be talked about tomorrow is this 8-pitch at bat by Adam Eaton. He battled, he battled, he battled. A strikeout does nothing. A ground ball to second gets the MVP up with a tying run at third base. Quality at bat, a winner's at bat for Eaton.
Boy, 2 pitches out of the strike zone that Abreu can't handle.
And the infield should be playing in here with Abreu. And now you're just in survival mode. You want to open up, you want to get the ball up, and you just want to play a little pepper. Put the ball in play.
In and loaded up on the left side of the infield. Runner at third with 1 gone in a 1-run game, top of the 7th inning, the 0-2. Yohan Moncada waits next.
There wasn't one player last year in Major League Baseball better than Abreu in these situations. RBI situations. He led the league, both leagues, in RBIs. And 2 strikes, here's where he gets tough. He thinks small, big things happen. Great take.
Hit a cool 329 with runners in scoring position last year.
Matty, here's what an MVP does. 1-2, panic. Look how easy he takes this pitch. Quiet, subtle. Even though he has 2 strikes, his body language tells you he is in the driver's seat.
It looks easy, doesn't it, when you see that view, just to shoot a ball up the first baseline?
And Garcia, the runner at third, should be moving on contact.
But they are just daring him to shoot it off the end of the bat into right field. Strikes out. All 3 swings and misses came on the same pitch below the strike zone.
All 3 sinkers. 1 fastball up to move the eyes, and then a very good sinker down in the strike zone with conviction and dive. Look how well he hides the ball. You don't see it. You don't see it. Now it's gone.
So now Moncada. He has grounded out, walked. He was at the plate in the 5th when the 2 runs scored on the wild pitch strikeout.
And if you're Garcia, you're anticipating a wild pitch to maybe steal a run here.
On the ground to second for Fletcher, and Slegers is able to strand that runner at 3rd. Everyone loves baseball traditions, so stay tuned for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Jim Beam.
If a baseball lands in your beer, it's customary to
take a drink.
Here's an idea. If a ball lands in your beer, take that as a sign to get a Jim Beam highball.
Another beer or something different?
How about this super filling IPA?
Son, you want a dark beer.
Aged with goat's milk.
Dark beer!
How about a Beam and Ginger highball?
Reese's eggs are back, and we hit them somewhere you'll never find. Psych! We put them everywhere. Grocery stores and supermarkets, gas stations and chiropractors' offices, bowling alleys and grocery stores, which we already mentioned. Not sorry, Reese's.
I used to work for some dangerous people, but they came after my family, and you don't do that. Nobody. Rated R. In theaters now. On demand April 16th.
How do you get what you want? Eric Weimer, blind man, wanted to climb Mount Everest. My man crazy, but he believed it was possible.
We're gonna do it.
And because he believed, he became the first blind person ever to stand on top of the world. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender that helps people get what they want every day. From first homes to dream homes. Whatever your goal, make it a reality. Because if you believe, you will.
Here we are again.
Bad news is, I got some stuff to get off my chest this time.
On the season finale of The Walking Dead,
Something very terrible is gonna happen.
find out what made Negan the man he is today.
I'm looking at the world through blood.
Binge all of season 10.
I know where I'm supposed to be.
And discover so much more. We'll be fighting on our own terms.
You come very highly recommended.
On AMC Plus.
Riding a bike should be a really fun experience. We make low-maintenance bicycles for everyday riders. We were coming off a great year, and when the pandemic hit, it just stopped. We really had to think creatively. Teams allowed us to do what we call virtual visits. Hey, is that TK?
Hi, how are you?
We're able to see 2- or 3-fold the amount of customers from all over the world. Without Teams, there's no way this would have been possible. And I really think it's going to set a standard for retail moving forward.
Condos, 150K. Sorry, bud.
Thanks.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
All right. Back to work.
Back from Orange County as we take a look at our Geico game track entering the bottom half of the 7th inning. Couple homers for the Angels tonight. Shohei Ohtani and Jared Walsh with honors. Ohtani struck out 7 in his first start of the year. Went 4 2/3 on the mound. For the White Sox, 3 unearned runs, scoring to tie the game momentarily in the 5th. And Dylan Cease did a pretty good job battling despite not having terrific control tonight. He ended up going 4 2/3 as well. A 1-run game as we go to the last of the 8th, or last of the 7th, that is. And another new pitcher, another in a series of hard throwers that the White Sox offer. He is the left-hander Aaron Bummer.
95 to 98, power arm, a darting sinker. I mean, throws a bowling ball up there. Pretty good slider, but sinker is the money pitch.
Just 9 appearances last year because of a biceps injury. But again, one of the guys who could probably close in 25 other major league cities. And he'll get Trout, Rendon, and Walsh in the 7th, trying to keep it a 1-run game. Trout has singled and scored tonight. A 5 for 15 series to open the year. He's been on base all weekend long. He's reached base in 9 of his 16 plate appearances. Two balls and no strikes. Ceased, the starter, went 4 2/3, as we mentioned. And Cody Hoyer, and now Bummer here in the 7th. I mean, come on, look at this. Talk about micro information. Swung at a 3-0 pitch out of the zone for the first time in 6 years. 3 balls and a strike. I mean, it's one superlative stat and nugget after another for the perennial MVP candidate. He is a perennial candidate as he holds the record with 9 straight top 5 MVP finishes.
I mean, swinging 3-0 tells you about how he's feeling, his body, his head, his mentality. He's feeling really good.
And there's ball 4. He's on base again. Well, the most recent of the 3 came in 2019. You know, just to give you a sense of context for these top 5 MVP finishes, 9 straight. Hank Aaron, who played over 2 decades, had only 8. Buster, he's considered a favorite to win his 4th this year.
So, guys, I heard this really funny story. I'm not going to tell you the player's name, but apparently this player had an MVP clause put into his contract, and he was really excited about it. And he called a teammate and told him.
Rendon sends a sinking liner out to right. Eaton had to make a tough play. 1 gone.
And he told his teammate, hey, I got an MVP clause in my contract. And his teammate said, dude, you play in the same league as Mike Trout. And on the other end of the phone, there was nothing but silence.
One out, 1 on for Jared Walsh, whose 5th inning homer broke the 3-3 tie. I don't know that you're going to want to meet a more humble super duper star than Mike Trout either. He is not an I me, look at me type guy. Heck, he didn't move out of his parents' house until he had played in 3 All-Star games. Now that's down to earth. .96 and a 1-1 count now on Walsh. That hat never goes out of style, does it?
No, that one.
You know, we've talked a lot tonight about the work that the Angels did in the offseason, kind of retooling the roster. And I think we can't have a complete conversation about this matchup without crediting what Rick Hahn and the White Sox staff has done this offseason as well. And putting together one of the nastiest bullpens in baseball is just a small part of really the great winter that the Sox had.
Absolutely, and they got veteran starters, power arms, righty and lefty, and La Russa's go-to, his trademark. He needs a proven closer, a closer that can finish games and can finish games in October, and he has that.
Boy, and he's got a number of other guys on the occasion that Hendricks should falter or something not go right. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count to Jared Walsh.
You know, bummer here. He's got such a great sinker. He was watching one of the Yankees game and watched Zach Britton, who also has a very similar sinker. And Britton has decided to throw the sinker right down the middle and let it move. And Bummer looked at that game and said, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And that's exactly what he's done. Sinker has so much movement and the slider. Good take.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, part of the thing about hyper reacting to the short sample size. The White Sox bullpen has lost 2 games this weekend, entering the 8th inning leading. But again, I don't think that changes anybody's mind about how good this team is, about how good the bullpen is. We got 157 left. Still 3-2 to Walsh.
And the truth is, you can go 4-0 or you can go 0-4. You can go 4 for 4 as a hitter or 0 for 4. It doesn't mean anything after the 162 is over. There's a lot of baseball to be played.
What was the stat you had today about the teams that are 1-12? It's like all the vanguard teams that struggled in the first weekend
you have
of
the
the
Yankees,
season.
the Braves, you have the Red Sox. I think they're 1-11 when we looked. The A's. All these teams will be there at the end. Well, most of them will. Good pitch.
Got him. It's that terrific slider that strikes out Jared Walsh. Well, how were the White Sox built? They used every resource and did it wisely. They've been great in the draft. There's a handful of #1 picks on this roster. 17th overall was Tim Anderson. They got Kopech, Moncada, Jimenez, and Cease in trades when they bought low on guys. International signings like Abreu and Robert. And of course, the free agents of late, Grandal and Keuchel 2 off seasons ago, and Hendricks this past winter. Yeah, Rick Hahn and his staff do a great job, and this is about as complete an entry in the American League as you could find.
And if you weren't sure if they're trying to rebuild or build for the future or win now, the La Russa move absolutely tells you they want to win now.
Ball and a strike to count to Justin Upton.
They slowed down a little bit towards the end. They gave up home field advantage. It cost them late. This year, they want to sprint through the finish line and get into October with some momentum. La Russa was brought in to finish the job.
Nobody's quite sure what to make of this year based on last year, right? Guy who had a huge season in a 60-game sprint, can he repeat it? Somebody who struggled last year, was it really him? Jose Altuve, not himself last year. Alex Bregman, not himself last year. Then you had guys that had huge world-beating sprints in the 60 games. I'm willing to say that you write it all off.
That's what I would do. Baseball is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And last year was an anomaly, and it was a sprint.
Ball and 2 strikes is the count to Justin Upton. Trout aboard after the leadoff walk. Rendon flied out. Walsh struck out. Angels looking for some late insurance in the 7th. Justin Upton's had some really nice plate appearances in this opening series. You talked about that earlier. He had an 11-pitch at bat on Thursday, which was the longest at bat by pitches from an Angel hitter in 3 years. Did he swing the bat there? They appeal.
I was checking if you're good. No, I didn't go.
They were checking to see if it hit Justin. At first, Justin thought they were checking on his swing, and he's like, dude, it hit me.
One of the reasons they check is because if he swings, it's a strikeout. They checked. He said he did check. Therefore, the ball hits him. He's allowed to go to first. If that first base umpire says he went, it is a strikeout.
Yeah, I didn't think the check was close, but upon further review, yeah, it was close.
It's a lot to unpack there. It's a lot of moving parts.
You don't come up there thinking you need a pad on that back ankle.
No.
First and second now with two gone. And here's Iglesias, who has singled and scored tonight.
Angels would love to get a little insurance here.
Trout and Upton aboard. Well, you can really see the closer stuff in Aaron Bummer. And he's the guy that Ethan Katz identifies as the next likely candidate to close on the occasion that Hendricks isn't able to go. One and two. Talked about how the Angels have Houston tomorrow. Road trip continues for the White Sox tomorrow. They go to Seattle. And they'd like to go there with a series split, but it'll take some late coming back to make that happen tonight as Chicago still trails by a run.
Taco Bell's Quesalupa is back with its cheese stuffed shell. But there's nothing worse than overhype.
Here it is.
So we'll skip the speeches and the influencers.
Hello?
Cut the fanfare.
Man.
And the pyro.
Man.
So don't hold on to your seats. We're just here to tell you the Quesalupa's cheese stuffed shell is back, and we think you'll like it.
Say you. Carl, what have you done?
Think anyone will notice?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you ride, you get it.
Yeah, they will.
Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
DraftKings is adding to the lure of golf's most storied tournament so you can watch and play. This year, all customers can compete for $1 million top prize, and new customers can do it for free. Now that's a purse worth playing for.
Hey, Jesse, what are you thinking?
According to the slope angle, I'm thinking 2 cups to the left.
Okay.
Anyways, download the DraftKings app, take a free swing at the $1 million top prize, and make it rain.
I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places that this heart of mine embraces all day through. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is blue, I'll be looking at the moon, and I'll be seeing you.
ESPN's telecast of Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Back with Alex Rodriguez and Buster Olney in Orange County, California. Is Buster Olney, Matt Vasgersian, Alex Rodriguez here in the studio as we continue in this series finale. Angels on top by a run, trying to take 3 out of 4 in this opening series from one of the American League heavyweights. Yermin Mercedes leads things off in the Chicago half of the 8th. He's followed by Yasmani Grandal and Luis Robert. A ball and a strike to Mercedes, who's finally been contained tonight. An 8-for-9 start to the year with a homer and 6 RBIs, but a couple of strikeouts and a ground ball tonight. Two balls and a strike. Jam shot. Rendon's got it barehanded. And the throw is in time to get him. And Mercedes signaling, let's take another look.
Looks like a quarterback giving some audible signs there.
He is convinced he's going to be safe, too.
I mean, just a terrific play here by Rendon, barehanded, and throws a strike.
Oh, yeah, he's safe.
Oh, baby. We have a man on first.
Yes, we do.
That should be pretty quick.
Yeah, I think that first look we had was probably the most telling.
He wants that 700 batting average. And then gets that pass first and calls it a little Omaha, Omaha.
I mean, his foot's on the bag there, and it's not even close.
I mean, Matty, you talked about Mercedes earlier and how popular and how easy it is to cheer for a guy like that. Again, I played with a guy, Edgar Martinez, Big Poppy. They became big stars after the age of 27 and 28. Mercedes is never too late. I mean, give him credit for hanging in there, having a great attitude. And everywhere he goes, he's beloved and respected in those clubhouses.
That is a record-setting infield hit for your main Mercedes. Here's Grandal now. That sets a White Sox record for most hits through his first 3 career games. And Buster, you'd be the only one that could give us some backstory here. He passed Coker Triplet's modern era record for the most hits through 3 career games. What do you got on Coker Triplet, Buster?
Oh, my goodness. I've got nothing on him. I did check around today with a lot of folks on Mercedes, and they talked about how he's someone all through the minor leagues he always hit. 302 career average in the minor leagues. Someone who didn't necessarily consider to have a position, but they really feel like he upgraded his work ethic the last couple of years.
Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Grandal. We've got people furiously entering the name Coker Triplet into their baseball reference search windows right now. 2-2. Well, I mean, with a guy like Mercedes, a guy who's been down there for a long time, playing in the winter leagues, playing in the minors with success, get him to the big leagues, get him that extra motivation and the extra resources that you have at the major league level.
And the appreciation. You know, Matty, you get to the big leagues, there's no place like it. And you get there and you just never want to go back.
A swing and a miss by Grandal. Tomorrow, an MLB quadruple header, 4 series openers on ESPN and the app. We start with the Twins and Tigers at 1 Eastern. Cleveland has the home opener against the Royals, Rays, and Sox at 7 Eastern. Finally, the White Sox are in Seattle to open a 3-game series with the Mariners. Busy tomorrow.
I'll be.
Joe Madden is reverting to his Cubs managerial days, and it looks like he's going to double switch. Dexter Fowler entering the game, and a new pitcher as well. We'll be right back.
Today we have the Microsoft Surface Pro 7 and the MacBook Pro. The Surface comes with a pen and it is touchscreen. Mac gave me this little bar, but why can't they just give me a whole touchscreen? The Surface Pro has a detachable keyboard. Now with the Mac, you're kind of just stuck with what you got. With the Surface, yes, you can run your favorite apps on it. It has the power to run all your apps. It is a much better gaming device. I love my games. Then there's the price. Yeah.
A little sunshine and big appetites. Walmart helps you bring it to the table for less. Bring the spring.
Can I write up the Wi-Fi in my son's treehouse?
If that's where you get your freelancing done, then yep.
Thank you!
File with the help of an expert, or let an expert file for you. Intuit TurboTax Live.
Don't you think? Definitely.
My retirement plan with Voya keeps me moving forward. They guide me with achievable steps that give me confidence. This is my granddaughter. She's cute like her grandpa. Voya doesn't just help me get to retirement, they're with me all the way through it.
Voya, be confident to and through retirement.
Okay, I'm awake.
Let's do this, Smudge.
Let's dance. Oh, man, we're gonna have some fun today. Let's go.
Say it with me now. Hinge, squeeze.
Stay with me.
Here, I'm with you.
5, 4, sprint to your finish. You did that, Palatine. Until next time.
All right, some defensive changes that brought about by the double switch. Juan Lagares moves from right to left. Justin Upton rotates out. Dexter Fowler is the new right fielder. And the new pitcher is one of the Angels' new acquisitions for 2021. He earned his first Angels save on opening night. Right-hander Raisel Iglesias.
Good stuff. Fastball, slider. Brings a little edge.
And quickly in front of Luis Robert, 0-2. Iglesias became the Reds' full-time closer in 2017, and since the start of that season has 29 saves of 4+ outs. And that's what he's being asked to accomplish here. One of those longer save opportunities if in fact he finishes the game. Enters with a man on and one away here in the 8th.
3-pitch pitcher. Sinker, slider, and the change.
The appeal says he went around. Well, I'll be curious to take another look at this one.
Filthy slider.
Yeah?
Yeah, could go either way. Larry Vanover said yes. That's the only vote that counts, Matty.
You're right. You could sit here and armchair quarterback that one all day. Who cares what we think? So 2 gone now for Billy Hamilton, who has singled tonight. Hamilton sends a drive out to right center. Trout with time to get under it. And with 4 pitches, 2 outs, and Iglesias is out of a mini jam in the 8th.
The 2021 Jetta ranks #1 for lowest maintenance cost among compact sedans. Now's the time to sign then drive. Hurry in during the Volkswagen Sign Then Drive event and lease a new 2021 Jetta for 0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month's payment, and 0 due at signing.
Seat number? This way.
Thanks.
Welcome aboard. Seat number?
When it comes to airplane seats, size matters.
Water.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Same goes for your law firm. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
The Volkswagen Tiguan has a lower maintenance cost than Subaru, Honda, and Toyota compact SUVs. Now's the time to sign then drive. Lease a new Tiguan for 0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month payment, and 0 due at signing, or get 0% APR financing for 72 months.
Baseball is back, and T-Mobile is your ticket to the game. Because at T-Mobile, customers get a free MLB.tv subscription. From home to home plate, follow all the MLB action this season with America's largest and fastest 5G network. Only T-Mobile keeps you in the game with free MLB.tv all season long. March 30th through April 5th. Head to T-Mobile.com/MLB to switch and score.
Don't you think? Definitely.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Well, tonight, Shohei Ohtani became just the 5th American League pitcher to bat in place of the DH spot. He didn't disappoint. First pitch he saw, hit a big solo homer that gave the Angels the lead, and then back to work on the mound. He struck out 7 White Sox tonight with his great combination of that big fastball and splitter. A scary moment in his final at-bat of the game when, after a wild pitch strikeout, 2 runs scored. The trailing runner, Jose Abreu, made contact with him sliding after Ohtani went up to try to grab an errant throw. That was the end of the day for him. He was removed not because of the injury, but because he hit his pitch count. And we hear from the Angels front office that there is no injury concern. He's okay, just a little sore after landing on his rear end there. But what a night for Shohei Ohtani. Gave us that treat that we were looking for on both sides of the scorecard.
I mean, overall, just a very positive night. Showed brilliant work on both sides. Home run, strikeouts, tough ending, but you build on that.
Another pitching change for the White Sox, and yes, another hard thrower. The big right-hander Jose Ruiz also brings it in the upper 90s. And he'll get Juan Lagares to ground out to start the 8th. Yeah, Ruiz is a pretty interesting story as a converted catcher, Kenley Jansen style, who finds his best road and best success in the big leagues is as a late innings reliever.
Yeah, has all 4 pitches: fastball, slider, curve, and the change.
So here's Max Stassi now, who's trying to do something that he hasn't been able to do very often in his major league career, and that's get on base 4 times in a game. What? This is Max's 217th career game, and he's trying to reach base safely 4 times for just the 2nd time in his career. He's had a nice night. 2 walks and a single. A ball and a strike to Stassi. When the White Sox bat in their half of the 9th, they'll have Madrigal, Garcia, and Eaton. The number 9 then 1-2 spots in the order.
But where are the days that the guys from the bullpen would throw 88 to 92? Those days are way gone. I mean, you used to want to wear out the pitcher to get into the belly of that bullpen. And I got to tell you, I mean, it's the opposite now. You better get runs early.
The average fastball in Major League Baseball has increased by over 3 miles an hour since the time you retired. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. 92 versus 95. How about in just 1 year? If you go back to 2008, 162 games. Those are the number of 98+ mile-an-hour pitches thrown. And last year in 60 games, there were almost 1,000 more.
It's a different barometer. I mean, early in my career, you didn't have stadiums putting up the radar gun. You did not know what guys threw unless you went inside and got the scouting report. Every stadium today you can see in real time. 97.
Stassi sends a fly ball out to left field. Hamilton's got it, and there are 2 away. I mean, I don't want to sound like the old guy that shakes his fist at the TV, even though I am that guy. But back in 1989, the average fastball in Major League Baseball was 87 miles an hour.
That sounds so nice.
It just feels like a different game. Wow, we talk about an eye chart. Here we go. David Fletcher, top of the order with 2 away.
And Matty, if you're a White Sox fan, you're thinking, we need one batter coming up here in the 9th. If one guy gets on base, the former MVP gets to hit Abreu. And that's all that should be on their minds. Give the big guy a shot.
Two big, heavy breaking balls put Fletcher behind 0-2. And now watch David Fletcher shorten up and take a swing off his front leg and hit a 60-mile-an-hour quail the other way for a base hit. Instead, it's a pop-up. Grandal's got it, and it's a 1-2-3/8 for Ruiz. Last licks for the White Sox. Down a run as we head to the 9th.
Hey, I have an idea. How about I make that lasagna that you love tonight? You know, from scratch, like I used to. I used to work for some very dangerous people. They came after my family.
They stole my kitty cat bracelet.
And you don't do that. Give me the kitty cat bracelet! It's been a hell of a day.
Lasagna.
Nobody. Rated R. In theaters now. On demand April 16th.
Hi, I'm a new customer and I want your best new smartphone deal.
Well, I'm an existing customer and I'd like your best new smartphone deal.
Do you?
Actually, it's for both new and existing customers.
I feel silly, but I do want nationwide 5G.
I want nationwide 5G.
Are we actually doing this again?
It's not complicated. Only AT&T gives new and existing customers the same great deals, like the Samsung Galaxy S21 5G for free when you trade in.
We make it easy for you. You need to get your taxes right, but we know that money is tight. You can file online for free. Max refund guaranteed. File online for free. Block has your back.
The chicken or the egg? The question isn't which came first. It's which comes with peanut butter. Duh.
To truly master Kung Fu, one must have a quiet mind.
I'm going to find your killer. I won't sleep until she pays.
Shall we begin?
A lot has happened since you've been gone.
Kung Fu. New series this Wednesday at 8/7 Central, only on the CW.
Sports Center's next with Kenny Mayne and John Anderson. They'll put a wrap on opening weekend that featured some surprise sweeps and memorable homers, plus how a new champion was crowned in San Antonio, and a sit-down interview with Gonzaga's Mark Few, one win away from completing a perfect season. Sports Center next, right here on ESPN and the ESPN app. And Raisel Iglesias is a ninth inning away from a 5-out save, and the Angels taking 3 out of 4 to open their season. Madrigal, Garcia, and Eaton. And as Alex mentioned earlier, somebody trying to get on base for one of the league's best RBI men, Jose Abreu, who would bat 4th. Two balls and a strike to Madrigal.
And how big for Iglesias to get 2 outs last inning with just 4 pitches. Sets him up nicely here for the 9th.
2-2 to Madrigal now. 2 strike counts don't bother him. Hit .321 with 2 strikes last year, prompting our friend and colleague Jason Benetti, the TV voice of the White Sox, to dub him Nicky 2 Strikes. So it's 2-2 to Nicky 2 Strikes. Got him. Oh. And that's how the White Sox put the tying run on base.
This looks like a changeup. 90 miles an hour, just gets away from Iglesias. There it is, the changeup, the circle change. Just try to overthrow it a little bit. And the White Sox catch a break. And
walks.
Matty, I don't like that pitch. I mean, you got a guy throwing 98 with a filthy slider. Why throw your third pitch to right on right? Fastball, slider. Keep it simple. Get him out of there.
A ball and no strikes. The count to Leury Garcia, who came into the ball game early, pressed into duty when Tim Anderson had a hamstring strain in the first. Saw him square to bunt there, and he does it again. He led the league in sacrifices in 2019. A very nifty play by David Fletcher with dancer's feet, able to get the out at the bag. Boy, they avoided a disaster there.
And Matty, you know, Iglesias is such a good athlete. If he gets this ball and he fires to second base, there's an out at second base for you right here. Right there. You have an out at second base, an easier out than at first base, ironically. So you'd like to have somebody say 2-2-2.
Well, there was a lot to like about that play. Fletcher's fancy footwork, the fact that Garcia was bunting. I mean, there's no doubt he was bunting. Tried it on the first pitch. Very convinced he was doing that.
And you have two managers that really do not care what is popular to do. They're going to do what they've done for a very long time. They're going to be contrarians. And this is a very unpopular move in today's game. On the road to bunt.
The White Sox still looking for a hit with a runner in scoring position. I mean, there haven't been a lot of hits, period. They've got 3 singles tonight. Three unearned runs in the 5th. Two balls and a strike. Again, it's Jose Abreu waiting on deck. Last year, the White Sox were 0-19 when trailing entering the 9th. Two balls and 2 strikes to Eaton. And now Stasi and Iglesias want to get things right.
Man, they talked about not liking the changeup righty against righty, hit the batter. Here's a 2-1 changeup and a delight one. On lefty is always better because it fades away from the lefty. As a right-hander on righty, it fades in a very dangerous pitch right on right.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Adam Eaton, tying run in scoring position here with 1 away in the top of the 9th inning. Back to the mound, and Iglesias airmails Rendon. And the White Sox have tied it in the 9th.
you see this often, guys coming out of the pen. Closers, very difficult sometimes to throw the bases, execute the fundamentals. And the White Sox catch another break.
Boy, I mean, in the span of just a few at-bats here, 2 wonky throws by Raisel Iglesias, the last of which cost them the tying run. And now he's got to deal with Abreu with the go-ahead run in scoring position and only 1 out.
Yeah, this is power versus power, Cuba versus Cuba. An incredible matchup here. By the way, he would have thrown the first ball away in the bunt, but Fletcher saved them with a jumping, nice wide receiver catch. That bunt should have gone to second. With 1 out, that ball, you go to first base and get the 2nd out, and then you focus on Abreu.
A ball and no strikes to the reigning MVP. Since the start of the 2000,
you got to run at the runner, right?
You know, Buster, with 1 out there, I mean, you don't want to overcomplicate it. If you're confident, you do it, obviously. But when in doubt, with 1 out, you just get that out at second, play the outs game. Now you're 1 out away and you face Abreu. With no outs, you run right at him and get that runner.
Story of the first 3 games of the series, the White Sox allowing unearned runs, 5 errors. It's flipped tonight. The White Sox have scored 4 unearned runs tonight. Check that, 3 of the 4 unearned. Ball and 2 strikes.
Good things happen when you force the defense to make plays. A little bunt, a little chopper. Don't take for granted that these guys, just because they're big leaguers, they're going to make the throw and they're going to make the play. Easier said than done.
Liam Hendricks was thinking 5-10 minutes ago he might not have an opportunity tonight. He is up in the White Sox bullpen. More conversation here with Iglesias. The White Sox have a chance to win this game tonight without an extra base hit. Ball and 2 strikes on Abreu. Since the start of the 2014 season, no American League player has driven in more runs than the White Sox first baseman. 675 entering the night. In fact, the only player in all of baseball with more RBIs in that span is Nolan Arenado with the Cardinals. And that still sounds weird to say, by the way. Still 1-2 to Abreu.
The White Sox are 0 for 17 with men in scoring position tonight. 4-4 tied ball game.
Right? I mean, if I told you that at the start of the night, they'd be hitless with runners in scoring position and they'd be held to 3 singles. You'd say they got boat raced. The next 1-2, and Abreu jerks that one foul.
There's that changeup again. Not one hitter with 2 hits in this game tonight.
You know, Abreu doesn't have a whole lot to show on his line. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, but this will be the 30th pitch he sees tonight. And on it, Iglesias gets the strikeout.
Back-to-back strikeouts for last year's MVP. Another tough pitch, sinker down, 95 miles an hour. Makes the White Sox 0 for 18 with men on base. Good sinker down. And Matty, that's what I'm talking about. You go to the fastball or the slider with righties. Don't mess around with that changeup. Only bad things can happen with that changeup. Right on right.
Another Cuban versus Cuban battle here with Yoan Moncada, and that time Iglesias gets a call on the corner. Moncada in the midst of a hitless night, 0 for 3. And now just 2 for 14 to start the year with 7 strikeouts. When the Angels bat in the bottom of the inning, they'll have Fowler, Trout, and Rendon. One pitch, 2 balls and a strike. Well, I'm going to suggest 2 Angels that might not be available to Joe Madden tomorrow. Ohtani and Raisel Iglesias.
I think you're 2 for 2.
Right. 3-1 now. Iglesias creeping up on a 30-pitch appearance. The 3-1 pitch, and he loses Moncada on ball 4. Well, here's what's put the Angels in this predicament.
Yeah, this is bunt. This ball should have gone to second. Fletcher saves a thrown error. This, in doubt, just go to first base. And opens up the floodgates for the White Sox.
A run in with 2 on and 2 away. And Yermin Mercedes with a big opportunity. 8 for his first 8. He's got a hit tonight. Popped him up. Fletcher going back. Trout coming in, and the Angels will try to win this one in the bottom of the 9th. Fowler, Trout, and Rendon in a now 4-4 tie.
Taco Bell's quesalupa is back with its cheese stuffed shell. Whoa! But there's nothing worse than overhype.
Here it is.
So we'll skip the speeches and the influencers.
Hello?
Cut the fanfare.
Man.
And the pyro.
Man.
So don't hold on to your seats. We're just here to tell you. The quesalupa's cheese stuffed shell is back. And we think you'll like it.
Let's make lots of money. You've got the brine, I've got the brains. Let's make lots of Oh, there's a world of opportunities.
With Allstate, drivers who switched saved over $700. Saving is easy when you're in good hands. Allstate. Click or call to switch today.
Hi, I'm a new customer and I want your best new smartphone deal.
Well, I'm an existing customer and I'd like your best new smartphone deal.
Do you?
Actually, it's for both new and existing customers.
I feel silly, but I do want nationwide 5G.
I want nationwide 5G.
Are we actually doing this again?
It's not complicated. Only AT&T gives new and existing customers the same great deals, like the Samsung Galaxy S21 5G for free when you trade in.
Still to come after the Angels and White Sox. Sports Center is due up next. There is this little matter of who wins this thing tonight. And if the Angels are going to do it in regulation, it'll be up to this next group of hitters: Dexter Fowler, Mike Trout, and Anthony Rendon. Tall order, as they're going to have to deal with Liam Hendricks. Fowler making his first plate appearance tonight. A reflective moment for Raisel Iglesias. And here we go with Fowler, and it is not Hendricks, it is Ruiz to continue on the mound for Chicago. Hendricks was up in case that go-ahead run crossed. And again, from where we sit in the studio, sometimes we miss these things. It's Ruiz to continue, and why not? He was great. A 3-up, 3-down eighth. Fowler has a base hit. Winning run aboard in the last of the ninth.
And Fowler, another quality players. Little rolling, lazy breaking ball. Fowler seeing the second one and smokes it to right field. The Angels are set up in speed to lead off the inning.
And now it's Mike Trout. Last year, the Angels scored 4 walk-off victories. Only Oakland and San Diego had more. And that is not Liam Hendricks. Instead, it's Matt Foster who's up. Mike Trout has walked, singled, and scored tonight. Winning run on base with nobody out. Here comes Tony La Russa. I was just going to ask you, who took that time out? Where'd that come from? And it's because Tony had made his way out of the dugout. He's going to make a move here. Is this Tony La Russa at his finest? Nothing official yet. Now here we go. That is just classic La Russa gamesmanship. Oh man, we've missed you the last 9 years, Tony. Pitching change. We'll be right back.
Fender bender, take one.
Tonight's matchup, me versus an ugly fender bender. If I can eke out a win, it's going to be a miracle, baby.
Mr. Vitale, it wouldn't be a miracle because Geico gives you a team of experts to help manage your claim.
It's going to be a nail biter.
No, the Geico team is there for you 24/7.
Geico is awesome, baby. Too much?
I think we got it.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Geico. Great service without all the drama.
Here we are again.
Bad news is, I got some stuff to get off my chest this time.
On the season finale of The Walking Dead,
something very terrible is gonna happen.
Find out what made Negan the menace today.
I'm looking at the world through blood.
Binge all of season 10.
I know where I'm supposed to be.
And discover so much more.
We'll be fighting on our own terms.
You come very highly recommended. On AMC Plus.
The one constant through all the years has been baseball. America has rolled by like an army of steamrollers. It's been erased like a blackboard, rebuilt and erased again. But baseball has marked the time. It reminds us of all that once was good and it could be again.
Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball.
Mike Trout has the winning run on base in a 4-4 tie, last of the ninth with nobody out, and Tony La Russa wanted to make a move for that. Matt Foster, very reliable last year for the White Sox, very good numbers, made a couple of starts, and he is called upon here in the highest of leverage situations.
Fastball, slider, and a change.
Foster had a lot of success last year working in the lower quadrant of the strike zone. It's not an advisable place to attack Mike Trout because for the last 10 years that's where he's made his living. But for Foster, opponents were just 1 for 22 against low sliders and changeups last year. Non-fastballs around the knees. See if that's the method he uses for Trout. I think White Sox fans would advise caution. Here we go against the three-time MVP. Comes after him with a low fastball.
Good fastball live. Good movement.
Foster appeared in Friday's game 2 of the series and struck out 3 Angels, all of them on 4-seamers. Good one that time to put Trout behind 0-2. Anthony Rendon next, and then it would be Jared Walsh. Oh boy. Got away with one up there.
Too good of a pitch, 0-2, and did get away with one. Mike Trout wants that one back. Change up, little split. I mean, whew. You throw that pitch, Mike Trout, in a couple weeks, and you're not going to get it back.
Oh boy. Still 0-2 to Trout. Trout was one of those strikeout victims we talked about on Friday. The 3 strikeouts by Foster. Ohtani back from the clubhouse and hoping for a positive result tonight. Got him on the low fastball. Wow. No small accomplishment by Matt Foster.
3 good fastballs this at bat, and the last one another one. 4-seamer right over the top. Power versus power. Short arm, like a little dart. Hard to pick up. That ball's just by Trout.
You know, even the lesser heralded White Sox relievers throw in the mid-90s. This is quite a group they've put together.
Indeed.
And now Rendon, having watched all that. Ball and no strikes to Rendon, who singled in his first trip to the plate, hitless since. One of the most balanced hitters in baseball. And a couple of easy takes for him. 2 balls and no strikes. Right field's always open for Anthony Rendon. Three and 0 now.
And if you're wondering at home whether he has the green light or not, he absolutely does.
Again, the winning run on base with 1 away in the 9th. Takes a strike. You saw Jared Walsh waiting on deck, and we heard Mike Trout, who was wearing a microphone for us all night, talk about how Walsh will not miss a fastball. For a guy who likes his fastball, clearly, as Foster does, I would imagine that Walsh will get his chance. And a full count now to Rendon.
Not all fastballs, Matt, are created equal. He's throwing about 5 or 6 fastballs to Trout and Rendon, and if you see their body language, they're getting the blow delivered to them. The body reactions, they're not picking it up very well. So even though 94 is not 98, this 94 is playing harder than anything we've seen so far in the game tonight.
Full count to Rendon.
Fowler should be running.
And there's ball 4. Let's take you back to what Mike Trout was talking about. Jared Walsh against the fastball. A homer in the 5th inning that gave the Angels a 1-run lead. Picking up right where he left off after the red-hot September last year. Walsh, a big night yesterday, 2 for 4, 2 runs batted in and a triple. He has homered and walked tonight. And this on the heels of a kind of meh spring training. Winning run in scoring position for him. Two balls and no strikes.
(2-0) was the same count. He hit the home run. And that 2-0 fastball. Looking dead red right here.
Yeah, we started the telecast tonight trumpeting the skills of a two-way player, Shohei Ohtani. It's another former two-way player that has a chance to be the hero tonight for the Angels. Two and one.
This time it wasn't the fastball, Matty, it was the changeup. Here it is right here. You see the circle right there. Good arm action.
2 balls and a strike. And now Foster is a ball away from loading him up. Now, bear in mind, because of the double switching that the Angels had to do, Justin Upton was removed in one of the earlier moves. So it's Jose Rojas that would pinch hit next. One of the great stories on this Angel roster this year. Oh, Walsh sends it well out to left center field. And it's gone! He went to Jared! What a finish. A 2-home run night by Jared Walsh. It's the other two-way player that wins the night.
Lays off the 2-1 changeup and gets the 3-1 fastball, this time to left center field. He hit it and he knew it. Watch him back this ball up. Stay on top, short and compact. And he loved it off the bat.
Oh, yeah, he knew it. The Angels take 3 out of 4 from the White Sox. And it took a bottom of the 9th inning homer to make it happen.
A walk-off.
Boy, the White Sox couldn't have drawn up a tougher one to lose to try to get out of here with a split. They are walked off, and the Angels take 3 out of 4 against one of the heavyweight American League favorites to open the 2021 season. What a finish at Angel Stadium. 7-4 Angels, the final score. For Alex Buster, Matt Vasgersian, we'll see you next week for the Phillies and Braves. SportsCenter's next.